everyone, and welcome back to today's new tutorial topic. So today I'm explaining for here the basic of JavaScript syntax and the structure. So by the end of this video, you properly understand for how to write the simple JavaScript code and know the basic structure that make up the powerful language. Okay. So first I'm explaining for here the introduction to JavaScript syntax. Okay. So JavaScript is a versatile language used to create the dynamic content and the web page. So now let us start with the basic example. So now I'll just here in this display create a JavaScript with the syntax. So now I'm just here and create first the declaring a variable. So first of all here I'm type is the late, and then also here I'm type you can see message and is equal to, and then for the simple message for hello world. Okay. So you can see here the properly unit for this Hollywood and then create in the semicolon. And now just create here logging to the console. So you can see first type is a console dot the log method, and in this input I'm defining for this message. Okay. So you can see here the properly creating this code, and you can choose for here is to create for the HTML inside. So you first just type for, you can see in this inside I just type for here the HTML, this file is select. And in this body tag inside, just create for the simple for the script tag, and this inside create the properly JavaScript code. Okay, so I'm just use for is recommend for in the easy way is generate for the JavaScript code and also see the output in the console. Okay, so you can see is say I'm create, and you can see the different element of the JavaScript syntax, and here I'm defined for, you can see the properly the variable is declared using the late, and also here I'm create is properly in this console log and function output text to the console. Okay, so you can see here the completely creating this code, and now first of all I'm saving this code, and also just you can see here it's a run this icon and just press here. So you can see here the properly see the output is properly print for the hello world. Okay. So I hope you properly understanding in this simple example. Okay. And is completely done. And next topic I create the JavaScript structure. And now I'm use for here the basic arithmetic operations. So now let's try. So first of all I'm remove in this simple code, and here I'm defined for is declaring the variable. Just type for here the late for a is equal to, define for the value is 15. And second, I'm defined for the another late variable of b is print for here is it 15. Okay. And now performing the arithmetic operation. So just write for first one define the sum variable and insert it for the creations for a and additional operator for b. And next time again explain for here is the difference. So it's a properly type is a ERENCA. The difference is create for A and subtractions for B. And extra type for the again this late the variable. So just type for the late the variable, and also here type you can see the product and it's equal to A and multiplication sign for B. And next time also here type is a quadrant. So properly use for quadrant and is equal to define for A and divide for B. Okay. So you can see here the properly creating this arithmetic operations, and now I'm just logging for the results. So you can see properly used for is a console dot, you can see the log method, and first of all in this inside I'm print for here it's a sum variable. Okay. So now in this simple code I'm just copying here, and then paste for is the next here is a 3 line. Okay. And now in this insert first time show the output the sum result, and next time show the result is a difference, and in this third line I am use show the product result, and last time define for here it's a quadrant. Okay. So you can see here in this simple example I create the first of all declare the two variables for A and B, and perform the basic arithmetic operations like addition, subtractions, multiplication, and division, and then log the result to the console. So now just I'm properly saving this output, and just here I'm press for in this icon, and you can see here the properly see the output. The first is a print for the value is additional is a 65 subtraction 35 and then multiplication is 750 and the quadrant for 3.33. Okay, 3 plus. So I hope you are properly understanding. So now just remove here and you can see here I'm also defined for the conditional statement. It's another basic structure of Java programming. So now let's try and create for this simple example. So you can see first of all I'm removing this output and first I'm declaring a variable. So just type here the late is a number and is equal to inflated for the number of so is a 50. Okay, so next is a can type with the conditional statements. You can some type for it's a if statement and this insert and create for it's a properly the number and declare for is a greater than 0. And next one type you can see here is a console dot the sorry as a console dot the log method. And now we'll print it for the message. So you can see I'm type for here the number. So the number is positive. Okay. So you can see here properly define the number is positive. And now just doing the next line of code and here I'm type for is it properly is it else if. So else if and create this again in this number and is less than 0.0. Okay. And now just use for in this curly brackets. So type for you can see here is a console dot the log method. And this interim inserted for the another it says column type where you can see here the number is a negative. Okay. So you can see here is it done. And now just doing the next line of code and properly type for you can see here is the else block. And then type for here is properly the console dot in this the log method. And this incident type for the message for the number. So you can see properly that the number is 0. Okay, so here is the completely creating this micro and properly I'm used for. So first of all here I'm define the variable is a number and use and here the if, if and the else statement to check either the number is positive, negative or 0. And the corresponding message then log to the console. So you can see first of all I'm selecting all four, just save and also then press for in this array. So as you can see here, it's a properly show the output. So first to the print for the number is positive. So you can see here I'm defined for is a you just got this subtraction symbol and again save this code and just again press for this run button. So as you can see here is print for the number is negative. And now just use the only for the value is 0 and then again save and let me run in this code. So just again run and as you can see here is it properly print for the output for the number is 0. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding in this simple example. Okay, so and here is actually forward for the students tutorial on JavaScript syntax and the structure. And here I properly cover the basic syntax variable for the arithmetic operation and the conditional statement. Okay. With this condition, you are ready to explore the more advanced JavaScript concept. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone and welcome back to our Java programming series. So students properly explain and create example the basic of JavaScript by exploring the variables, data types and the operators. So by the end of this video, you will have a solid understanding of this the fundamental concept. Okay. So now let's get started. So you can see here I am first of all define here the variables in JavaScript. Okay, so variable are stored to data that can be refined and manipulated later in your code. And you want to declare the variable using the var late or the constant keyword. So now let's see the example. So first of all, here I'm defined for the integer variable, second number, and third I'm the Boolean variable. So now let's try. So you can say first of the variable is define the late and the name is just I'm typing the name is properly is it Johan. Okay. And secondly here I'm defined for is a number variable so var and use the age is equal to 30. And next thing is for here is a constant type is called the Boolean type variable. So the Boolean type variable for student and is equal to the student etc. Okay. So you can see here the properly generate the string number and the Boolean. And properly given type, you can see the console.log method and this insert and defined for the first here it's a distinctive variable is the name. And secondly, we again use this console, okay, dot the log and this insert and defined for here the is type for is the number type variable. And particularly we use the again in this console dot the log method and now print for here the is student, okay. So you can see here is it properly generated for the simple the three variables. First the name, age and the student. And you can see here is a late keyword allow us to reassign the variable while constant is used to constant that shouldn't be reassigned. And here you can see the variable keyword is function is code while the late and the constant at the block is code. So now let's say first of all I'm saving this code and also the trace bar in this runbook. So as you can see here, it's a properly generate for the now here first to the previous string type variable is Zohan and the number is 30 and also for the boolean type is it true. Okay. So you can see here is a proper understanding. Okay. So the completely done for the variable. So now we click for here. So first of all, so in this code I'm just remove. Okay. So first one is the correct. And then I'm defined for here is a simple data. So first of all, removing this code. And you can see define the data type in JavaScript. And here I'm including the string, number, boolean, object, and array. And now I'll click for here the simple example and different data types. Okay. So now let's try. So first of all, here I'm defining the variable is a length, and here it's typed into message, and is equal to use a single quotation and type for a message for hello world. Okay, so you can see here I'm properly typed hello world. And it's create the string type. And next thing use for here is the late and then type for is a count. Okay, the count and is equal to the count and use the number type data type is the number is 42. And now we use for here the boolean type data. We use the late and the type for here is the is active and is equal to here is create the false. Next time we look for the another late and the type for you can see here the user and is equal to so you can see here first we create this curly brackets and define for the name. So now inside it here the name is another name. We provide here the Alice and the Alice age is a 25. Okay, so you can see here we properly create the object. And next thing is for here is another late and define for here is the numbers in the array data, right? So now inserted for the sum of number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So you can see here is done and now use the properly the output function just like here it's a console.log method. And in this insert first of all I'm used for you can see the typo and define for this message. Okay, so here is done. And its line is print for the string type data. So now just here is a copying this code. Okay, so properly I'm just copying this code and also doing the next and print for the next 4 line. Okay, so 2, 3, and 4. Now change for in this remove for the message and here inserted is a count. Okay, and third here I'm used for the is active. Its print for here is a boolean data type. So now type for here is active. And fourth here I'm used for so you can see I'm using the user is object type. So properly the user and lastly here I'm defined for is a number false here is object array. So now just remove and properly insert it here is a numbers. So you can see here it is completely done for the is different type data. So you can say use for here is a type of operator to check the data type of is variable, like the string, numbers, and the booleans and the printing data types, and while object and in this array are the reference type. Okay, so you can see here the properly create my code, and I'll just saving all code and also going press for in this run. So as you can see here is a properly show the first to the print for the string type, number, boolean, object, and last to print for the array or object in JavaScript. Okay, so here is the properly done. And next is the parent defined for the another topic is now covered. So now in here I'm just discuss is operators. Okay, so operators are symbols that perform the operations on variable and the values. And here is a JavaScript is including here it's a arithmetic operators, comparison operators, and the logical operators. And here I'm try to simply cover for in this data operator. So first of all, I'm remove this in all code. Okay. And first of all, what I'm defined for is the arithmetic operators. The first type for here is the late sum and is equal to defined for 10 and the additional operator for 5. The second we have type for it's a late is a difference and is equal to insert what the value is 10 and then define the 5. Next thing is for here it's a again it's a product for this multiplication. So 10 and multiplication 5. And then is for here is a late and then type it's a quadrant. So QUOTIENT and is equal to 10 and divide for 5. Okay. And now use for here is the properly the console dot the log, and in this insert I'm type for here the sum, and in this session so you can see I am copy in this line of code. So properly okay, so just copying this code in here and just for the next line. So I'm using the total 4 line clean for this output. So first we declare it's a sum variable. And secondly here I'm defined for you can see here. And now I'm inserted here is the difference. So third change for here inserted is a product type. Okay. And fourth here I'm used for is a type for you can see is properly type as a quality. Okay, so you can see here the properly defined for the arithmetic operators. So now just to select all and properly save in this code and also going for here and press for this wheel and run. So as you can see here is the first to be print for the sum result is 15, difference 5, multiplication is 50, and the division for is 2. Okay, so you can see here the properly done the basic arithmetic operators. And next here we explain for here is a comparison operator. So in this inside and define the comparison for equal to and then not equal to. So define the late and then type for is equal and is equal to create this parenthesis for 10 and is equal to 5. Okay. And next we use for it in this late and the type for is the not equal. So we can see the not equal and is equal to define for here is a 10 and its not equal is 5. Okay, so here is completely done. And now use for here is the console dot the log method, and you can see first of all here I'm type for is equal, and next thing use for here is again this console. So the only type you can see the console dot the log method, and in this insert I'm declared for here is a not equal. Okay, so you can see here collect clear, and now just select in all code and just let me run this code now. So as you can see here, the properly see the output. So first we print for the is equal this expression for is a false and then is not equal is expression is a true. Okay, so here that's it for the tutorial. Student is completely done here. So you can see in this tutorial perfectly cover the arithmetic operations and also the comparison value use the comparison operators. Okay. So now just here properly cover into the JavaScript for the basic code variable data type and operators. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another programming topic. So today we define for here is a JavaScript programming series. Just starting, okay? So today I'm exploring for the two fundamental concepts in JavaScript function and the scope, okay? So by the end of this video, properly create and use the functions and as well as how scope work in JavaScript. So now let's try. So first of all, learn with the function in JavaScript, okay? So functions are reusable blocks of code designed to perform a particular task. You can define a function using the function keyword and here see the example. So first of all, I'm going for in this next line of code and first and properly type is a function and the function I'm used for here is a grade. Okay. And the inside I'm defined for here is a name variable and also here I'm used for you can see the return statement and define for properly here you can see the hello and now I'm just concatenate for in this the name variable and also here I'm used for in this symbol. Okay, so you can see here the proper liquid and in this function outside I'm defined for the variable name is late and the variable name also here is a message and is equal to type for in the grade method and this inside I'm defined for here the name is a Alice. Okay, and now I'm used for here the output function just type for you can see here console.log method and this incident print for here in this message. Okay, so you can see here I've properly defined a function called a grade that takes the name parameter and return a greeting message and then call the function with argument for here the Alice and a return for the hello Alice. Okay, so in this function it is help make our code more modular and reusable. So first of all, I'm selecting all code and just I'm save and also for press in its run. So as you can see here, you properly see the result for hello Alice. Okay. So you can see here is properly understanding. Okay. So next topic here I'm defined for is to create the another example just to define here. So now in create here, we can see the second topic and create the function expression and the arrow functions. Okay. So apart from the function declaration, JavaScript also allow the function expression and the arrow function. So here you can use them use. So now let's try. So you can say first of all I'm define the function expression. Okay. So you can see here I'm type is a constant. This method add is equal to declare in this function. Okay. This is defined for the variable of a and the secondly the variable of b. Now one use for here is a return statement for a and additional operator in this b. Okay, and this next line and creature is output function. So properly I'm used for you can see type it say console.log method. And in this insert function defined for is a add this method and inserted for the value is a 8 and 5. Okay. And now just let me just in this function expression define the add function and I'll just properly saving this code and also just press for in this run button. So you can see here the properly see the result is 13. Okay. And next topic we're defined for is a properly create the arrow function. So you can see I'm again type here is a constant and the function name is a multiply. Okay, so you can see the multiply is inserted and define the variable of a and the b. And create for the arrow symbol and find the a and additional operator for b. And now what means for here is properly the console.log method and in this insert first of all I'm defining where is a multiply and inserted for the value is 4 and 2. Okay, so you can see this example and properly defined for used an array function to define a multiply function, and in this array function provide a more consist code. So first of all, I'm saving the second in this code and also press for in this run button. So as you can see here, the properly see the result for is a 6 for the array function result. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding. Okay. So the completely done for this simple function. And next topic I will explain for here is a properly create example for the scope in JavaScript. Okay. So in this scope is determine the accessibility of variable in different parts of your code. And there are two main types of the scope in JavaScript, like the global and the local. So now let's see in this example. So you can see here first type define the variable name is a global variable. Global variable and is equal to type for the message form. Just like here is that I am global. Okay. So here is the properly tagged I am global. And next thing defined for here is a function. So now the function name is check scope. Okay. So check scope and then parentheses, and I'll use this curly brackets. So now type for here is another variable name is late is type for the local is the local variable. And we are inserted for the message for I am local. Okay, you can see here is type I am local. And now in use for here, it's a properly type is the console.log method. And this inside custom defined for here is a global variable. And second we use for again this console.log method. And this inside I'm defined for here is a properly log variable local variable. And now in this function outside I'm calling for here is a check scope in this method. And now again uses for this console. So properly type you can see the console.log method, and I'm first is print for you can see here the global variable. And second line print for here is a local variable. Okay, so you can see and type for it's a local variable. So you can see in this simple example, I am perfectly create the global variable is a global variable accessible the both inside and outside in this function. And the function is a local variable. On the other hand, it's a local variable accessible only within here is a check in this method. And the function is trying to access here the local variable outside the function result in an error. So now is completely creating this code, and first of all I'm saving this all code and also press for in this run. So you can see here in this the trying to access for here the local variable and outside the function result is an error. Okay, the outside result is properly error. So you can see in this code I'll just remove here and then try and just run in this code again. Okay, so now just press 1. So you can see here is a completely show here is a properly run but not show the output. Okay, so I hope you understanding is a local variable and the global variable. Okay, so in this tutorial topic is completely done, and here I'm properly create the function using the declarations, expression, and the array functions. Okay, so here I'm properly explore the concept of scope in JavaScript, so understanding the difference between the local and the global variables. Okay, so I hope you proper understanding in this simple example. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's JavaScript programming series. So today I'm properly exploring the control follow in the JavaScript and focusing on conditionals and the loops. So this fundamental concept will help you make the decision in your code and perform the repetitive tasks more efficiently. Okay, so now let's get started. So you can see first of all I'll create the conditionals in JavaScript. So first let's talk about for here the conditionals. So conditionals allow your code to make the decision based on certain conditions using the if, else if, and then the statement, and here an example. So now let's try. So first of all, I'm defined for the variable name is late the temperature. Okay. So TERH, where the temperature is a 25 degree. Okay. And next thing was for the starting is a if statement. And in this inside and create these expressions for first of all the temperature and is greater than for 30. Okay. And its print its condition is perfect and it's print for the console dot use the console output function. And this inside is print for the message for this type for here is that it is hot. Okay. So it is hot outside. You can see here it is properly done. It's a hot outside. And next is for here it's a properly defined for it's else if and again create for these equations for expression define the temperature and this greater than for 20 and here it's a print for this curly bracket. So in this is a defined for here is the console.log and then print for the another message for just type for here the weather. Okay, so the weather is nice. Okay, so here is that. And next is here I'm use for is create the semicolon. So you can see here I'm create for the else. Sorry, it's not is a if. Okay, it's a done. And now here I'm create here is the else statement and create this curly bracket. So now just again use this console dot the log method and in this insert and print for the another method for it is cold outside. Okay, so you can see here the properly creating my code. And in this example, I'm check the value of the temperature and the printed message based on its value. Since in this temperature is 25, okay, so 25 the condition is the temperature is greater than, or you can see here is a 20 is true and get the outside the weather is the nice and the conditions have to control the follow of a program based on the different conditions. Okay, so now first of all I am saving this all code and just let me run this code and see the result in the console. So you can see here the properly print for the output for the weather is nice. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding. This is completely done for the conditional statement. And next thing we cover for here is the loops in JavaScript. Okay. So loops allow you to execute a block of code the multiple times the JavaScript is provided several types of loops like including for loops, while loops, and the do while loops. So now let's try. So first thing here use the for loop. Okay. So you can see here I'm just selecting all of it's properly removed. And define for here is a for and this inside I'm declare it's a late then type for I is equal to 0 and define for I is less than the 5 and create for I variable is increment. Okay, and in this next line I'm defined for is the output function for console.log and in this inside I'm type for the message for here is a iteration number. Okay, declare the iteration number and concatenate for in this I variable. Okay, so that means for here in the for loop I'm properly initialized for I is equal to 0. Check that I is less than for the 5 and increment for I by 1 and after is iteration and the loops runs the 5 time and printing the iterations number is time. Okay, so now I'm saving this code and see the result. So you can see and press for in this transfer. We can see here the properly print for the output for the iteration number 0 to 4. So that means for in this the loops are powerful tools for handling the repetitive task is efficiently. Okay. So is it done for the for loops? And next thing explain for here is a properly create here is a while loops in JavaScript. So another common loop in the while loop is runs as long as the specify the condition is true. So now let's try the example. So you can see here removing this code is properly. And first I'm defining the variable it's a count and is equal to 0. And instead we use for, you can see the while loop and create here the equations for expression for the count is less than for the 3. And now use this curly bracket. So in this intent and for is the console.log method. And now on typer is a count. Okay. So type the count is and create this clone. And now I'm concatenate for in this count. Okay. So now it's complete almost, and now the find for here is a count is incremented. So in this example, I'm properly create here is a while loop and initialize for the count is equal to 0. And run the loop as long as a count the less than for here is a 3. And the loop is print the value of count and implemented it by 1. And it's time extra. And when in this count is reached the 3, the loop it stops. So now let's try see the output. The propose of saving this code and also press for in this run button. So as you can see here, see the output. Here is a print the count is 1, 2, 0, 1 and 2. And you can see here here is not reach for in this 3 the loops and complete system. And here this type of loop is useful when you don't know in advance how many times you will need to execute the block of code. Okay. So that's it for the today's tutorial is completely done, and here in this session I'm properly cover and use the conditionals to make the decision in your code and use properly the loops as perform the repetitive tasks. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and have a good day. Hi everyone, and welcome back to today's another tutorial. And today just explore on how to define and use objects in JavaScript. So objects are a core part of the language used to store related data and the functions. So today we'll go through using the different example is showing different ways to define and access object properties and the method. So now let's get started. First, working here the basic object definition in JavaScript. So open for here the external JavaScript file and this inside. First of all, creating is a constructor is called the person. Okay, and then also going here and first of all declare this is the first name. So here the first name and using apply the first name the user is the Alice. Okay, and then use the user is the last name, so including the last name is equal to like this is Neil. Okay, then you can see here is not use this equal, so here is only use this clone. Okay, and now it's also defined for this user age is 25. Okay, so now is it correctly defined and just also using is a semicolon. And now here the first of all using the output statement is console.log. And today here the first apply the person dot is printed here the first name. Okay, so now let's save and you can see here define an object is person with 3 properties. First one the first name, last name and the age, and users must be this the dot notation to access the print the value. Okay, so now is correctly saving this code and also click on this run icon and just read it here. You can see just remove this and now again save and just click, and as you can see here the output is printed is correctly the Alex. Okay, and now just going here you can see printed for the age. So now is easily. So first of all, by the output statement is a console.log and first declare the person dot including in this age. Okay, so now just save again and just click on, and here as you can see is correctly print Alice, first the name and then here the age is the 25 is called the age. Okay, so here you can see this is the most common way to define and use in this object. Okay, so I hope you understand. And then next apply this another different example for method object with methods using the JavaScript. Okay, so you can see just remove this code and first of all type the constructor name is a calculator and is equal to using its correctly defined add method and also including this function with inside the attribute or this parameter a and b, then also using the return statement a and additional operator for the b variable. Okay, and also in here then also using the output statement console.log and first generating its calculator dot including into the add method and inserted the value 10 and the 5. Okay, so here you can see in this example in this subject like the calculator contains a method here in the add that takes two parameters and the return their sum. Okay, so now let's save in this code and just again click this run icon and just put in as you can see here the output is 15. Okay, so you can see in this object can store not only data but also behavior using functions like this. Okay, so I hope understanding in this simple example with output. Okay, and now we can try for is a different example. It's called the nested object. It's easily great. Okay, so today first of all here again remove and today creating this constructor name is student. Okay, so student name including here the name is a, so the user name, the student name is Zara, and then Zara address include here the address using is correctly. So first of all type the city name using the city name is a New York. Okay, so here is type the Zara city name is in New York and then also using the tip in this New York just first using 1 and 000 for 1. Okay, and then now using the output statement just like here is a console.log method and this insert first including the student dot also including address dot is type for here is a city. Okay, so during the simple example here the student object, so here this student object include another object like in this address as a nested property. You can access this nested values using the change dot notation like student dot address dot the city. Okay, so here is correctly okay and first of all save this code and again run this code. So now as you can see here the output is properly framed the New York. Okay, so I hope you're clear understanding the nested object. And you can also using for the object constructor function is easily create. So today first of all you can see is a removed in this program in this code. And first of all type the function name is call the car. And first is two properties. You can see first of all apply the make and then also in this the model. Then using here this curly bracket, the first using this dot type this make is equal to again type this make. And again using this dot the model and is equal to also type this model. Okay, and perfect. And now using its here is correctly applies constructor name is called here this the object is a my card is equal to using here the first apply just using the new and then space and define the new card and now is add this here this information. So first of all, the make is here is type the Toyota, so Toyota, and then here is the model. This car is a Camry, okay, and then just going here and also using the output statement just like is a console.log method. And in this insert first including is a my car dot is a make. Okay. So now you can see in this simple example, it first define a constructor function name is a car. Okay. And then that is initialize a need for object with the make and the model. And using here, this is a new keyword, just create a my car object. Constructor functions help generate multiple objects with the same structure. So you can see here is a almost is correct. So now just again recheck. So first apply function name is car, make and the module. Okay, so all this correct, then car constructor, then okay is my car dot is make. Okay, so let's try running this code. So you can see just as you can see here is the correctly print, the output is a Toyota. Okay, so here is the properly print this car make, and I hope you're understanding. So now is that's it in this tutorial, and today just working here the fourth way to define object in JavaScript. Okay, so now here in this just mastering object in essential for structuring code and building real world applications. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our JavaScript programming series. So today I'm exploring the two essential data structure in JavaScript, array and object. And by the end of this video, you'll proper understanding for how to use the array and object to organize and manipulate your data efficiently. So now let's get started. Okay. So first of all, I'm explaining for here the array in JavaScript. Okay. So now, first one, the array are used to store the multiple values in a single variable, and you can think of them as list of items. And here I'm using example of how to create and use an array in the JavaScript. Okay. So you can see first of all, I'm defining what the variable name is a fruits and is equal to, so now we apply for the sum fruits. So this incident apply the fruit is a apple, and second one define the another fruit's name is a like a banana, and third one use for here the another fruit and define for here is a cherry. Okay, and now in this next line we define for the first is print the original array fruit list. So first of all, here I'm type, you can see here is a console.log method. And in this insert person define the fruits and the use of index 0. Okay. And next system I'm defined for again in this console.log method, and now I'm prints for the second fruit and use index of 1. And now I print for again this console dot the log method, and this incident define the fruits and with the index of 2. Okay, so you can see here the properly create, and you can see here and create example and created in this array as called the fruits, and containing here is a 3 elements. Okay, so now just I'm saving this code and properly see the original array of list. So you can see here the properly print the apple, banana and the cherry. Okay, so next line of code and create for here is say the another example and create accessing for this array, and now the push for it's the another fruits. Okay, so you can see first of all here I'm type with the fruits and then use the push method, and I'm add for the next one code name is a mango, And now when we install here the properly typed, you can see here the console.log method, and in the same time print for here is a fruits variable. Okay. So now this time saving this code and again just press for in this run buttons. So as you can see here the properly print for the original list of the fruits for the apple, banana, cherry, and lastly properly adding this method. Okay, so I hope you're understanding. So now I'm defined for here is another example, and you can see here I'm properly access element by their index and use the methods like the push to add a new item. And now we use for the shift to remove the first item. So now let's try. So you can see here, first of all, I'm defining calling the late and define the variable name is a first group. The first group and is equal to calling for this first variable dot use for in the shift this method. And next time here I'm used for it's a properly typed it's a console.log method, and this inside and print for here is a first cross, and now find the semicolon, and also you can create the console. Okay, so console.log method, and now in this inside I'm declare this course. Okay, sorry, it's not now, so it's a print for here the original course element. So you can see here I'm properly used for here is the shift to remove the first item, and now just I am properly select all and set this code, and also going for here and press for in this run buttons. So as you can see here is a properly remove for the first fruit is the apple, and here is the original list for the banana, cherry, and the mango. That means for is the array and the versatile and the come with the many building methods to manipulate the data. Okay, so is a remove here. And you can see I'm page for is completely done for the array of JavaScript. And next topic I'll cover here is object in JavaScript. Okay, so object are used to store data in key value pair, allowing you to the group related data together. And here I'm putting an example and use an object in JavaScript. Okay, so you can see here, first of all, I'm just all clear for this code and define for the late variable name is a person. Okay, and now is equal to create the scalar bracket. So now define for the person information. So first of all, the name, so inserted for the name is a, so and used for the name is a Noman. Okay, and next time used for here it's a Noman age is 30, and secondly here I'm create for you can see that is a student, the type is a student, and just use this clone and type for except true. Okay, it's done is properly, and now create this semicolon. It's a completely defined for the student information. And now first of all here type this out the function like the console.log method, and this inside first of all I'm declare here is a person. Okay, so in this person dot declare here is a name variable, and instant prefer again use in this console.log method, and in this inside define for you can see here is a person and create the square brackets inside and define for here the age variable. Okay, so you can see here it's done, and now I'm just here is saving this code and let me see the output. So as you can see here the properly print the name is a Numan and the Numan age is 30. Okay, so next time print for here another example I'm covering here and just update for the Numan age. So you can see first of all I'm type for here the person dot define the age, and now update for in this age inside is a 31. And now just making print for in this input. So just type for it's a console.log. This inside and first of type is a person dot define for in this update age variable. Okay, so now just save again and also press for in this run button. So as you can see here, the perfectly update for the age, the update age is 31 and previous age is 30. So I hope you perfectly define this. Okay. So Next in here, use for the add for the person city, just declare here. So you can see first of all I'm type, or you can say person dot use the city column and state the city name. It's a New York. Okay, so you can see here the people use the New York and then type for, you can see here is a console dot the log method, and this inside and define for in this person for the variable. Okay, so now it's a completely create, and you can see here and perfectly create the object for the person with the properties name is and the student and last name used for here. The new property is the city. Okay, so now just I'm saving this code is properly, and then let me run this code now. So as you can see here, the properly print for the output for the name is Numan, age is 31, and the student is 2, and the city name is a New York. And here is a properly explain it's information for in this is person details. Okay, so that's it for here the today's tutorial topic, and we are properly used for the object array and object. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm properly explain for here the string in JavaScript. So string are used to store and manipulate the text, and they come with a variety of the useful method. So now let's try, and you can hear the comfortable working with the string in your JavaScript code. So first of all, I am covered the topic is a creating and concatenating a string. So first one here, the create and concatenate a string in JavaScript. You can create a string using the single quotations, double quotations, or the backtracks for the template later. So now let's see this example. So you can see here and define for the variables name. So let and type for here is a first name. First name and is equal to. So first time type the first name is a Jenny, and second name type for here is the last name of the variable. So it's not how it's correct. First just type the let, and then type for here is the last name and is equal to type of the last name is Smith. Okay, is the done for the Smith. And next time use for the another variable name is for here is the full name, and define for the first of all type the first name, and concatenate for here is use the properly, and again this concatenation and type for here is a last name. Okay, and now we use for here is a console dot the log method, and in this inside and print for here is a full name this variable, and its print for here is a fully print the Jane Smith. Okay, so now let's try. So first of all I'm saving this code, and you can see here I'm simply creating the string using the single quotations, the double quotations. Okay, so you can see I'm not here applying here the double quotation. I properly use these double quotations, and again here inserted is the double quotations. Okay, so you can see here properly the single and the double quotation and the template literal. Okay, and this concatenated here is the first name and the last name to from the full name, and used a template literal. Okay, so now it's perfectly visible, and first of all I'm even saving this code and also going for here and press for this run buttons. As you can see here the properly working, and print for here it's a full name is a Chinese name. Okay, so I hope you understanding. Okay, so now we use for here is a another for the function name. Type is a late, and the function name is a greeting, and apply for here the only the function. And you can see here I'm used for is the log sign, and this inside and defined for here is type is a hello for use the dollar sign, and this inside and create this curly brackets, and properly use the first name. Okay, and use a not, and not create the semicolon. And here I'm used for is a console dot the log method, and now I'm print for here is a greeting. So you can see here I'm used for is a properly the template. This is literals is generated for in this perfect creating the function. Okay, so now just I'm quickly saving this code and also going for here and press for in this run buttons. So as you can see here is a properly print for the hello journey. Okay. So in this example, generate by the backtracks allow for in-string interpolation. Okay. So it's completely done for in this simple example. And next topic here, we cover for the another example, and we will create the common string method. Okay. So some common string method that help you manipulate and analyze string. So now let's see, and here we create the length to uppercase and the slice. Okay. So you can say first of all define the variable name inside message and is equal to. So here I'm going to create a message just like for hello to JavaScript. Okay. You can see here we properly create the hello JavaScript. And next line we will define for use here is a properly type. You can see the console dot the log method. So this insert first of all and declare the message dot apply for in this length this method. And next thing is for again type it's a console dot the log method. Now print for here. First of all define the message dot is type for you can see here is a to uppercase. Okay. And next time use for again and then type for it's a console dot the log method. And in this instance properly type a message dot and type for it's a slice. And this instance I'm declare for the value. So first I'm define 7 and second I'll declare the 12. Okay. So you can see here is a properly create. And now in this example I've create here and used properly the length to get the length of the string is a message. And the to uppercase, in this uppercase method is convert the string to uppercase, and then in this slice, this method is the q extract a portion of the string from index 7 to 12. Okay, so here is completely creating this code. And now I'm just properly select all, just select all and save this code and just also just let me run in this code now. So as you can see here the properly print. So first is the print for in this message length for 18 and the message print properly the two uppercase and you can see here and print for here is a slice for is a Java and then S. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding in this simple example. And next topic I am also create here is define for is a finding and replacing a string. Okay, so now let's try in this example. The first of all, removing this code and define for the variable name is a text and is equal to type for the simple text. So component type for here is the JavaScript. Okay, the JavaScript is a constant. Okay, and now for the semicolon and here type for is a late and then type is properly index and is equal to type for the text dot use for here is index of and this inside and properly defined for here is the awesome. Okay, and now create this semicolon. And in this next line of code and properly type, you can see here is a console dot the log method and now I'm print code properly in this index. Okay, and next time use for here is again for the another and replace method just use. So first I'll type the late and then type for you can see here the new text. And declare for the simple case and use for here it's a not repeat. Here I'm used for this replace method. And first of all here I'm type it's a awesome. And secondly here I'm type you can see here is a fantastic. Okay. So is a type is a fantastic. And now I'm used for again in this console dot the log method. Now I'm print for here the properly is a new text. Okay. So you can see here the properly use the index of method to find the position of the word awesome in the string text and the replace method replace the awesome in the fantastic. Okay. So now just I'm properly selecting all code and just I am let me run this code now. So as you can see here the first is print for the index of in this position the awesome here is 14 And here is a print for the replace method for the JavaScript is fantastic and replace for English awesome. Okay, so that's it for the total statement. And here properly create and concatenate the string. Use the common string method like length to uppercase and the slide, and find the replace part of the string with the index of and the replace. Okay, so I hope you proper understanding in this topic. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to our Java programming series. So today I'm talking about the Booleans in JavaScript. So Booleans are simple, use the powerful data type that represent true or false values. So by the end of this video, proper understanding and use the Booleans in your code effectively. Okay. So first of all, an introduction to the Booleans. So the booleans in JavaScript are a primitive data type that can only hold one of two values, true or false, and these values are often used in conditional statement to control the flow of a program. Okay, so now let's start with the basic example. So you can see first time create the basic booleans. So you can see first time type for here the late, then type for here is Java script. So JavaScript is fun. This condition is a true. Okay. And a system can define for another variable name is a late, and then type for here the is JavaScript is a hard. So I type for the hard and is equal to create for the expression is a false. And now properly just use the output function is a console.log. And in this interval, first to define the JavaScript is fun, and secondly use for again this console.log method, and print for here the is JavaScript is hard. Okay, so you can see here I'm applied is a two boolean variables for the is JavaScript fun and the JavaScript is hard. So is JavaScript going to set it true and the JavaScript hard is set for here the false, and then we log these values to console. So now just I'm properly saving this code again and just let me run this code now. So now properly not here, so just select all and save this code. Okay. And you can see here I'm just properly let me run in this code. So as you can see here. So first expression is a true and the second one is a false because JavaScript is not hard. Okay. So I hope you understand this simple, and in this code is create the Boolean are fundamental in decision making process in your code. Okay, so this is simply create the basic Boolean and completely done. And next topic I'm also create here the Boolean expression. Okay, so the Boolean expression that evaluate to either true or false, you can create the Boolean expression using the comparison operator like equal to, not equal to, and also sign and blur, and simply define for the three step. So you can see first time define for the variable late a is equal to 5. And second time define for the another variable b is equal to 10. Okay. And now in this one here is a properly type is a this type is a console.log method, and this incident create the expression for a and less than for b. And secondly I'm again use this console.log method, and I'm print for here a and equal to b variable. And third time here I'm use for again in this console.log method, and now I'm print for here for a and not is equal to for in this b variable. Okay, so you can see this example I'm create here and the compare the value of a and b using the different comparison operators, and in this expression for a less than b evaluate to for the true and is equal to b is evaluate to false, and a is not is equal to b evaluate for the true. Okay, so now just let's see this output. So first of all I'm saving this code is properly, and then let me run this code here is properly true, false, and true. And also explain here, and in this Boolean expression are used to make decision in your code. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding. And here I'm properly covered the two examples. And third example here I'm used for using the booleans in the conditional statement. And like the if, else, if, and the else, and this statement help the control the flow of your program based on a boolean conditions. Okay, so now let's try. So you can see here, first of all, I am declare here the variable name also type the late and the age and is equal to 20. Okay, and next thing is for here the if statement and print this expression for age and is greater than equal to for 18. Okay, and now this is curly brackets and it's print for here it's a console dot the log and this inside and create for the message for you are an adult. Okay, so you are an adult. And next time we define for here it's a else statement just apply here and now it's print for the another message for and then type the message for you. Okay, so you are a minor. Okay, so you can see here the properly type you are a minor and then create the semicolon. So you can see here the basically used for the if statement to check if the value of age is greater than or equal to 18 since age is 20. The condition is evaluated true and the message is print for here is you are an adult. And another for is say the create the another condition the false to else block and would execute printing and you are a minor. Okay, so here the simple code is completely done and now just I'm properly selecting all code and see the result in the console terminal. So you can see here is a profile not is perfectly typed and mistakenly spinning here and I'm quickly use the arrow and then again save this code and also again press in this run button. So as you can see here is a properly see the result for you are an adult. Okay, that means for in this boolean is perfectly working for controlling the logic for in this program. Okay, so that's it for the today's tutorial and here and perfectly create the booleans. Okay, and the JavaScript including for create the Boolean variable, use the Boolean expression, and apply them in a conditional statement. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone and welcome back to our today's JavaScript programming series. So today I'm going to explore the fundamentals of control flow with the if, else, if, and else statement in JavaScript. And this statement allow you to execute the different block of code based on specific conditions. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all, here I'll create the basic if statement. Okay, so the if statement allow you to execute a block of code only if a specific condition is true. Okay, so now let's try. So you can see first of all I'm defined for the variable name is a late. The variable name is a temperature. Okay. And properly to the temperature is a 10 is provided now. And secondly, I am used for if statement and this interim type for is a temperature and is greater than for 25. And now use this curly bracket saying this inference type for is the console dot the log method and now print for the message for each. So just enter for it is for hot outside. Okay, so you can see here is a completely great now. That means here, check if the temperature is greater than here is a 25. Since the condition is true, and the message is a for it is hot outside is printed to the console. Okay, so now just I'm properly saving this code and just going for press this run. So you can see here and properly select all and save this code and then just let me run this code now. So you can see here mistakenly it's not 10, it's a 13. And now it's the best compare. So now just press this one. So as you can see here, we properly see the output for explain for it is hot outside. Okay. That means for if the condition or the false, this block of code would be skipped here. Okay. So now just remove here. And now we define for here is another, so now we use for the if statement. So in this statement, allow me to execute on block of code if the condition is true and the another block if the condition is false. So now let's try. So you can see here, first of all, I've changed for in this temperature. So now set for the temperature is the 15. And also going for here explain for the out. And now I'm applying for here is a else statement. And now I'm print for here is another is output function is console.log. And then type for here it's print for here the it. Okay. So it is false is the full outside. Okay, so you can see here the properly create the full outside. And now create here is a semicolon. That means here in the condition is properly checked if the temperature is greater than here is 25. Since the condition is false and the temperature in 15, the else block is executed and the print the message for it is full outside. Okay, and it printed to the console. The properly first of all select just select in all and save this code. And also going here and press for in this run button. So as you can see here, it's set properly. So in this properly print output for it is full outside. Okay. That means for in this ensure that all of the two blocks of code will always run. Okay. So this is done for is the if and the else. And now next time define for the another example just cover here and create here the if else and the if else statement. So if else statement this allow you to check the multiple conditions in sequence. Executing the first block of code whose condition is true. Okay, so now let's try. So you can see first of all I'm changed for in this temperature and set it for the temperature is it remove 15 as 10. And create this and print for the hot outside and now I'm here in this line. So first of all I'm going here and apply for is a properly type the else if. Okay. And now we create the expression. So first time to the temperature and is greater than equal to 15 and it's print for the message for just in type you can see here it's a console.log method and print for here the another message for just like for it is warm outside. Okay, so I'm properly type the warm outside is done. And here is a create this semicolon. And you can see here I'm properly used for the three conditions to check. First, if the temperature is greater than here it's a 25 and it's print for the message for it is hot outside. And if the condition is false and it's check for if the temperature is greater than or is equal to here is a 15, it's print for the one outside and if both conditions are false. And third here is else block is run and printing it's a cold outside. Okay, so now and print for the output in the console. So first of all I'm saving this output and also going for here and press for in this run. So as you can see here the properly print for the output for it is full outside and it's working perfectly the else statement. And in this example just allow for more complex decision making in your code. Okay. So that's it for the tutorial and here I properly cover and use the if and else statement in JavaScript to control the follow of your program based on different conditions. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today we explain for here a JavaScript programming series. I'm going to explore the while loop in JavaScript. Okay. So loops are essential for running the repetitive tasks efficiently and the while loop is one of the simplest and the most commonly used the loop. So by the end of this video, you will understand for how to use the while loop effectively. Okay. So now let's get started. So first of all, we explain for what is while loop. And a while loop is continue to execute a block of code as long as a specific condition is true. And first of all, we're going to create the basic while loop example. Okay. So you can say first of all, define the variable name is a count and is equal to 0. And next time is for here is a properly type. It's a while loop, and this incident create expression for count at is less than for 10. Okay. And now we use for here this curly bracket. So in this incident type for it's a console dot the log method, and now I'm print for the message. So first time type, you can see here the count is, and now just concatenate for define in this count. Okay. So here is done, and now just use for again this count for is a increment. Okay. So you can see it's a completely done this example, and here and properly used for the while loop run as long as the count variable is less than 10, and inside the loop and print the current value of the count and then increment it by 1. And this continue until the account reaches the 10 at which the print of the loop is stopped. Okay. So now the checks for here is useful. The value is a 7. Okay, now just properly set this code and also just print for, and now as you can see here the properly is print for the output for 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and last for here is 7 is continuous stop. Okay, so that means for it's a completely working, and this will be simple way to repeat a task is multiple times. Okay, so now just simply done in this code. And next topic we are using for the while loop with the array. Okay, so you can see here the while loop to iterate over an array. This can be useful when you need to process this element in an array until a certain condition is met. Okay, so now let's try for the simple example. So you can see here, first of all, I'm removing this all code and define for the variable name is a fruits and inserted for the some fruits applied. So first of all, type of fruit is apple, and second I'm defined for it's a banana, and third I'm used for here the another fruit name inserted for here is a cherry. Okay, so you can see here the properly done, and now and just type for here the late of the another variable name of the index is equal to 0. And now we have properly and inserted here is a while loop and then print for the message or you can see first of all here I'm type is a index and is less than, and define the fruits dot apply the length. Okay. And now create this curly bracket. So in this insert I'm type for it's a console dot the log method, and now first time the message is a fruit. Okay, and then concatenate for in this fruits, and then square bracket inside declare for this index, and in this fruits the index is incremented by 1. Okay, so it's not is correct. So you can see here is a completely correct the array called the fruits and an index variable set to 0. And here in this while loop is continue to run as long as the index is less than the length of the fruit array. And inside the loop, the print the current fruit and then increment for the index by 1. Okay. So here's then I'm not just quickly select all and set this code, and just I am let me run this code now. So as you can see here is perfectly print. The first fruit here, the fruit is the apple, second banana, and the third fruit cherry. Okay, that means is the perfectly incremented by index by 1, and this way can iterate over all elements in the array. Okay, so that's it for the total simple tutorial for the while loop is completely done in JavaScript, and here I'm properly creating including how to use it for the repetitive task testing over arrays. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's JavaScript programming series. So today I'm diving into the JSON, which stands for the JavaScript object notation. So JSON is a lightweight data interchange format that easy for humans to read and write and easy for machine to parse and generate. So by the end of this video, you will understand for how to work with JSON in your JavaScript. Okay. So now let's get started. So first of all, I'll explain for what is JSON. Okay. So JSON is commonly used to send data between a server and web applications, and it represents for the data as key value pair similar to JavaScript. Okay. So here I'm defined for and explain for the JSON data structure. Okay. So you can see here, first of all, I'm starting in this value brackets. Okay. And in this insert, first of all, I'm defined for is a double quotation inside declare the name variable and inserted for the name is a. So now I'm just type for the name is a anu dot word. Okay. So here I type the anu dot word. Now create this comma. And next I'm defined for here is a another variable name is the age variable. And now create this clone inserted for the age is 30. And secondly, here I'm type for it's a is a student. Okay, so is a student and create this clone and defined for is student is a false. Okay, and next time use for here is skills. So SKILL so skills, and I'm set for the skills of. So first of all, type the parent is square bracket. Instead of properly type for, you can see here is the JavaScript. And another skill I'm inserted for here, so properly type is the React. Okay. And then I'm apply for here the another language for the skill is a Node.js. Okay. So you can see it's called for and create this is a JSON object contains a name, age, and a boolean indicating if the person is a student and an array of a skill. And now see how can work with the JSON in JavaScript. Okay, so you can see here I'm just simply defined for the JSON object. And now I'm creating for the simple example and creating here the stingify JSON. Okay, so you can see here first of all I'm going for in the top of the code and just going here and then type for is a late and then type for here is a properly type use here is a JSON object. Okay, type is JSON object and sorry and is equal to. And now in this inside I'm just remove for in this quotations and only use for here is a name field. Okay, and next I'm define for here is a double quotation just and remove here and properly save this, and also here is a boolean inside a single and print for this student to this variable. And next I'm also transfer in this skills these quotations and adding this one. So you can see here is a perfectly great in this code. And now in future it's a properly defined for it's a semicolon. Okay, and now I'm use for another variable name is a let for JSON. Okay, so JSON string. So properly type you can see the JSON string is another variable name. And properly have type you can see JSON dot live for here is a largest and properly type is stingify. And this inside I'm declare for is a JSON object. Okay. And now this next line of code I'm just type for is a console dot the log method. And now I'm properly print for here is a JSON string. Okay. So you can see here in this example, I'm creating the JSON object that convert into here is a JSON string using for the JSON dot stingify. And this properly and just select all and set this code and see the result in the console. Okay, so now just press for in this run button. So as you can see here is a properly print for the output. So first is a print the name is the annual buffer, age is 30, and the student is a false, and the skills is a JavaScript, React, and the Node.js. Okay. So now here a simple update for here is that is a student is must be so now to change for this class and we are going to set true. Okay. And now just again save this code. And first of all, properly clear in this code now. Is it clear? And then I'll just remove one. And first of all, just again select on save this code and just I am let me run this code now so you can press this one. As you can see here the profile print the name is Anil Bhagwar is 30 and the anime student is a true and the anime skills for the JavaScript React and the Node.js. Okay, so you can see here the profile is working for and I'm set for the JSON now just this example programming. So that's it for the done is a today's tutorial for the JSON and here I'm perfectly working with the JSON with JavaScript. Including first time here is the simply use the JSON object and converting object into the JSON string. Okay. So in this JSON are essential tool for web development, making the data exchange for simple and efficient. Okay. So I hope you properly understanding in this tutorial topic. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Everyone and welcome back to our JavaScript programming series. So today I'm exploring here the regular expression or regex in JavaScript. So regular expression are powerful tool for pattern matching and the text manipulation. So by in this tutorial is proper understanding and user requests for various tasks in your JavaScript code. So first I'm explain for here is what are the regular expression. Okay. So regular expression are sequence of characters that define a search pattern. They are commonly used for string searching, validation, and text searching. So let's start with a simple example of matching a pattern in a string. Okay. So now let's try. So first of all, we have create the basic pattern matching. So you can see define for the variable. So first of all, the first relate the effect pattern. Okay, so pattern I'm typer here is at this forward slash and this incident create for the map is dot hello. Okay, and then for every semicolon. And now I'm just going to the next line and define for the another variable name is a text and is equal to type for the message world. So first of all type for hello world. Okay, is done for the hello world. And our means for here is output function is a console.log method and in this instead I'm defined this properly pattern dot is type for here is text and it can be inserted for in this text. Okay, so you can see here this simple example for the pattern is a double forward slash instead for the hello and the string for print for is a hello world and the text method check if the pattern exists in the string and return the true because hello is present in this text inside. Okay, so now this time before saving this code and also here I am pressed for in this the run buttons. Okay, so as you can see here the properly working and prints for the expression is a true because in this hello is present for in this text inside. Okay, so you can see here the proper understanding. Okay, so the completed done the first example. And second one for the another important example I'm just cover here. Now I'm using here the replace for the validation. And here properly use a regular expression to validate an email address. And this is a common use case for request. So now let's try. So you can see here I'm defined. So first of all, I am just remove in this line of code. Okay, and properly here I'm type let's say late. The variable name just like for here is an email path. Okay, the email pattern in is equal to so now I'm just paste for because it's a more is long for in this data. So now just I paste here. So and then create is lastly the semicolon. Okay. So in this next line, I'm going for a type for here is a late and you can properly hand type is for in this data. And just going to define for the another variable name is a email and is equal to create this double quotation incident type for simply, and just here is example at the rate again for okay, so example dot it's the email this format, and now just I'm going for this console inside the print function, and in this inside first column declare is the email pattern dot here I'm type. You can see here is a so I'm just test, and this inside I'm defined for is properly in this email. Okay, so now just define is properly here the pattern, the email pattern that matches a typical email format. And in the text method, so you can see the text method check if the email string match and the pattern is written. So you can see I'm just here it is properly just save. Okay, and then also just let me run this code now. So as you can see here, this expression is perfectly true. Okay, so that means in this the test the method of the email string match the pattern and the return for the true, because in this example at the rate example dot is a valid email address. Okay, so you can see here I'm just defined is wrong sign, just use here. So now just use the at the rate and now just change. Okay, so now just press and you can see here's a false because it is not correct. It always uses for it is at the rate symbol. Okay, so that's it's completely done. And next system I'm just use the another example. Now creating or extracting number. Okay, so now let's try. So first of all I'm look in this output and defined for the variable name is a text and is equal to. So now type for the message for here the price. So the price is $100 and 50 cents. Okay, and just go in the next line, and here I'm just okay, sorry, it's not now. So perfect is this one. And I'm defined for the another variable name is a number package. So number pattern and is equal to, so you can say first of all I'm use for in this slash forward slash and backward slash and then backward t and then plus operator and then again the next one. So you can see it properly define the number pattern, and now just define another variable's name is say numbers and is equal to type for here text dot apply here is a match in this method, and this incident declare is properly the number of pattern. Okay, and now the same use for here is output function just like with the console dot the log method, and in this instance declare for here only the numbers variable. Okay, so this means here properly first is defined. You can see here the pattern is a number pattern that match on or more digit for in this digit the G, last one here, the G is flag, indicate a global search, meaning it find all match in the string. And you can see here it is a match method to return an array of all number found in the text. And now, and this in this case are 150 cents. Okay, so the create completely this code, and now just properly select all code and set this code. Okay, and now just press for here and press for this one. So as you can see here the perfectly print for the output for 100 is 50 cents. Okay, so that's it for the today's tutorial topic, and here I'm properly covered the basic of regular expression in JavaScript, including the pattern matching, validation, and extracting part of the string. And in this regular expression versatile tools that can greatly simplify the string manipulation task. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our children's JavaScript programming series. So today I'm exploring for here is asynchronous programming in JavaScript, focusing on callback, promise, and the asynchronous and await. And in this asynchronous programming is allowing your code to run tasks in the background, improving the performance and the responsiveness. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all, here I'm create the first example, and first to explain for this topic is a callbacks. Okay. So a callback is a function passed as an argument to another function, which is then executed after the first function complete. Here a now create for is a simple example using for the callback. Okay. So first of all, here I'm declare it's a function. Okay, and then type of the function name like the page data. Okay, so properly type is a page data, and this is defined for here it's a in this callback method. Okay, and now also use this curly brackets. So in this inside also defined for here is a set time out. Okay, and then create this parentheses and again use this. And now defined for here is the Arab symbol, and then just going having this inside and properly type it's a console.log method. And now here is a type for the message just like for the data is fixed. Okay, it is fixed and properly, and now it's a complete. And now here I'm defined here is in this callback method uses, and this is I'm type for the another message like here is your data. Okay, so you can see here is a time for, and now just here state for the time duration for 1 millisecond. Okay, so you can see here is a done. And now in this function also then create for here the another simple function, and name for here is a handle data. So handle properly type is data, and this inside of properly type is another data. And now we can use for here it's a console.log method, and now I am type for here it's a data is received. Okay, is done for is a print almost in this data is received and defined for in this another data. Okay, and now also here I'm defined in this two function outside and create for here is a properly calling for the page data, and this incident properly declare here is a handle in this data. So that's why in the simple example for the callbacks method, first we create here you can see the page data. For asynchronous simulate and asynchronous operations with here is a set time out is take a callback function as an argument and execute. And after fetching the data, the handle data, you can see here is a passed as a callback and executed on the data is fetched. Okay. So now it's properly first of all saving this code. And now I'm just going for and press for in this run values. Okay. So as you can see here, the properly print. So first the print for the data is finished, and next is print for the data received. Here is your data. Okay. So I hope you properly understanding. Okay. So next topic here we again create for the another topic just cover here. So next topic I will create here is a promise. So a promise is represent the eventual completion or feature of an asynchronous operation, and the promise has a three state pending, fulfilled, and rejected. And here I'm used for the simple example and create for is a profiling. Okay. So you can see I'm just going for in this insert and just use for in the same fetch data, and this insert I'm remove for only empty this parenthesis use. Okay. And now just going in this next line of code, and properly here I'm used for is a return statement. Okay. So return for use the new promise. So is a new promise and create this parenthesis and again use this parenthesis. Okay. And now in this insert type first is here is a resolve. Okay, so properly type the resolve and again use for here is a this reject method. Okay, so you can see and apply is a reject and create for in this Arab symbol and also create in this curly brackets. Okay, so now in this timeout data for in this code and just copy here and paste for in this code inside. Okay, so now just paste here and stage for is a data is finished, and here is a data and use for the same millisecond, and also going for here and define for the page data. So first of all I am remove for in this another function code. Okay, so now here I'm just create the page data and use for the empty parentheses. So just I'm remove for in this handle data. So now I'm just doing the next line of code, and first of all here I'm defined for dot use for in this then and properly this incident defined for the data and create the arrow sign. So now again use for here is a console of the log method, and this incident print for here is a data for the receipt. Okay, is a receipt, and next I'm create for here is the another in the data just calling, and also we have create for dot is for in this catch method. This incident print for here is an error message and create this arrow symbol, and also here type is a console dot the log method, and now this incident defined for here is a properly just type. You can see here the error, and also you are put in this here. Okay, so you can see here the completely create the promise. That means for you can see here is a fetch data, the functions is return a promise, and in this inside the promise for you can see and the spread here is a resolve, and the reject is resolve response the data is very successfully and properly used for here in this then functions. Okay, and it is then to handle the receipt value and the catch to handle the any error. And you can see the fetch data is function return a promise that resolve with the data after a 1 millisecond. Okay, so now it's done. And first of all, I'm again saving this code and just going for and press for in this run. So I'm just wait here, and you can see here it's a page for in this simple error in this message. Okay, so I hope you proper understanding is working the error message. Okay, so now just I'm remove one, and I hope I'm completely declare first is defined for here is a callback, and second I'm defined for here is a promise. And next topic I'm create for here is asynchronous, and which is ways of providing more readable way to work with asynchronous for the A, S, Y, and C functions return the promise, and able to push the execution until the promise is resolved. Okay, so now let's properly create in this data. So you can see I'm just going for here the same as it is, and also here I'm create for, so in this undefined for is a properly the semicolon. Okay, and now just doing this next line of code, and now create for here the fetch data. So first of all remove in this. So you can see the type it's a asynchronous. Declare it's a simple in this asynchronous function. Okay, so function name create for here it's a get this data. Okay, and now define for here is empty uses. Okay, sorry. You can see here I'm just properly defined for. You can see correct this parenthesis. Okay, is now is removed. So now just going for this next line of code, and properly here define it's a try catch block. Okay, and now I'm used for here is a constant, and define for here is another data and is equal to type for properly is average, and define for you can see here is a fetch data. Okay, so first of all we have type, you can see here is a properly you can see here is the fetch data, and this insert and create for empty this one. And now just going for and create for you can see here is a console dot the log method, and this insert and type for the data you can see for here is the data is received, and then I'm declare for and calling for in this another this data is perfect. And now create for here is used in the catch function, and now create for this inside declare in the simple error. Okay, and sorry, so it's not it's false totally. So first I create the catch, and this input I'm defined in this error, and now wait for here in this curly bracket. So this inside and properly type for again uses in this console dot the log function, and this inside and print for here is the error in this. Okay, so you can see here is done also, and we can type for in this error. And now I'm remove for this extra semicolon. You can see here the properly perfect in this. So that's it is completely almost in this code, and in this curly brackets outside I am properly defined for. So you can see the next line of type for you can see is a get data. Okay, so the perfect in this get data, this method is done. So you can see I'm properly used for is a fetch data. This function is the same as the before, but now I'm used for here is asynchronous and the await, and also here use the get data this function. And in this await is keyword for the execution of the get data until the fetch data is received. Okay. So here is a completely create my code, and now just I am properly select all and set this code, and just I'm going for and press for in this run button. So you can see I'm wait here, and you can hear the same for in this example, but show is not now here. Okay, so now so in this code I'm just again properly save, and then just I am going for and press for in this run button. So it's working now. Okay, so you can see here the properly working. The first is the print for the page database, and secondly print for the data received, and here is your data. Okay, so that's it for the today's tutorial topic, and so I'm perfectly create this asynchronous programming just solving. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's JavaScript programming series. So today I'm focusing on the error handling and the debugging in JavaScript, and now let's understanding for how to handle the error and the debug your code effectively. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all, here I'm just use the example for error handling with the try catch block users, and this allows you to handle the runtime errors gracefully and prevent your applications from the crashing. Okay, so now let's try. So you can see here I'm first with the try catch block. So just I'm going for in this coding set, and first of all I'm defined as a function. So function name is type for here is a divide, and this inserting divide for the variable of a and the variable of b. And next thing is for here to propagate this try catch block, and then use this curly brackets. So first of all, we have type the if statement, okay? And now create for is a b and is triple equal for 0. And now I'm use for here in this store this method and create here is a new for arrow, okay? And then define for the message just like you can see here. I'm properly type is a divide by 0. Okay, so you can see here is it done. And now I'm also for use here is a return statement for a and divide for b. Okay, and now I'm apply for here is a catch block. So just on type you can see the catch and this inside, and properly type you can see only for error. Okay, so you can see in this error method. And now I'm create for in this curly brackets. So this inside I'm type for here is a console dot the log method, and this inside and print for here is a properly just type. You can see here is a arrow, and also here type it's a arrow dot type it's a message. Okay, so is it perfect, and then message. And also here type you can see and use for is a return statement, and print for here is a null value. So now is remove for in this extra this parenthesis. You can see here the completely create the divide in this function, and now in this outside I'm type for properly is a console dot the log method, and first of all here I'm define is a divide this method and insert it for the value is 10 and 2. Okay, and next I'm print for here again use this console dot the log method, and I'm print for again type the divide method and also divide for the 10 and then 0. Okay, so you can see here in this example I create here the divide function uses the properly the try catch to handle the error, and if the b is 0 and error is the event run and the catch is back is a block logs for is the error dismisses. And this way is avoid the paragraph crashing, this program crashing, and provide a meaningful error message instead. Okay, so that's done in this my code, and first of all I'm properly select all set and then just save and let me run this code now. So I'm just wait here, and as you can see here first is the print for the first the 10 divide to the result is 5, And secondly, print for the 10 and divide for 0, and print for here is the error message for divide by 0 is null. Okay. So I hope you properly understanding in this simple example. Okay. The next topic here I'm also create here is the finally for the cleanup method. And in the finally block is the conjunction with the try catch, and the finally block execute the code after try and catch regardless of the either an error occurred. And here I'm create for the basic example. Okay. So you can see first of all here I'm changed for in this function name. So first time type is proper, just going here and change the function name and apply for, you can see here is a read file. So I'm type the proper is a read file, and just in this insert and define for here it's a file. So file path. So it's done is a file path, and then I apply for the try catch block. And in this inside, first of all, I'm removed in this return statement. Okay. So first of all, here I'm type it's a output function, just like it's a console.log method. And this inside I'm printed for the message, just like for here is a reading file and create clone. And now I'm defining for declare in this file path this method. Okay. And now just create the semicolon. Also I'm going for create the if statement for I'm defining it properly, remove for the b variable and insert here the file path, and only use for here is a single quotations. Okay. And now use for the throw new error and print for the file path is empty. So just remove one. And now I'm properly type here it's a. So file path is empty. Okay, is done is from in this code, and now I apply for here is a catch block and print for the error message. And next I'm define for again, and now I'm apply for here is a finally block, and now create this again in this curly bracket. So this inside I'm check for here is a console.log and print it for the another message, just like for here it's a cleanup code for executed. Okay, is the executed is done. And next step I'm define for is a read file. So just I'm remove in this console this code, and proponent type for you can see the read file, and this insert I'm define for here is the data dot in this text. Okay, and also I'm define for is use for this read file, and then use for is a only for the single quotations. Okay. So that's it for completely this tutorial, and here I'm properly used for, you can see here, the final block just used to execute a cleanup code is regardless of either an error occurred. And even error is thrown, the finally block run, ensuring that any necessary cleanup for tasks are performed. Okay. So here is it completely done, and now just I'm saving this code and also going press for here in this run. So as you can see here is a perfectly print. The first in the print for the reading file is the data.text, and the cleanup code is executed, and next print for the reading file, next print for the error file is empty, and lastly print for properly the cleanup code is executed. Okay. So you can see here the properly done for today's tutorial topic for error handling with try catch using the final block for cleanup. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding in this topic. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our JavaScript programming series. So today I'm going to exploring the JavaScript design patterns. Okay. So design patterns are the reusable solution to common problem in software design. So now I'm used for here the popular two patterns. First one the singleton and second the factory. Okay. So first of all I'm create for the singleton pattern. This pattern is ensure that a class has only one instance and provide a global point of access to it, and it's useful for managing shared resource. And here how it's look in JavaScript. Okay, so now properly create in this example. So you can see in the top of the code. So first I'm defined for here is a constant. Its name for here is a single tone. Okay, the type of a single tone and is equal to In this inside I'm declare for the properly in this function. Okay. And now I'm use for here in this curly bracket. So in this if I define the variable is the instance. So is it done for the instance. And now I'm create for here it's another function. Then type for the function name it's a create for instance. Okay, so create instance, and also here I'm create this curly brackets. So you can see in this instance, first of all, use here is a return statement and apply for this curly brackets. Inside I'm define for here the name field, just like for here it's called is a single tone. Okay, single tone instance. So is it done? And now create one, and here I'm create this semicolon. And just going the next line of code, and here I'm use for is a return type. So create this curly brackets. Sorry, it's not now. So is it properly create? So is it curly brackets? So in this inside I'm type for it's a get for instance. So is a get instance in this method, and now I begin create this another function. And now also create here in this curly brackets. So this inside I'm apply to the if statement and type for here is a not instance. Okay, so not instance and create again in curly brackets. So this inside I'm type for is instance and is equal to calling for the function is a create instance. Okay, and this one the next line of code, and here I'm used for properly the return statement. It's called here in this instance. Okay, so that's it. It's completely almost for in this code. And in this next line I'm defined for is another parenthesis. Okay. And now I'm create for here is a calling for the constructor. The first time type for is a construct for instance for one and is equal to type for here it's a singleton dot apply for here a get instance in this method. And next time again type for you can see here is a construct, then type for is an instance for two, and just calling for is a singleton dot apply is a get instance. Okay, so now I'm create for is a output function, just like type for is a console dot log, and this inside custom declares the instance one and is equal to its mean for here is instance of two, and this in this expression is a true. And second one type for again this console.log and only print for here is the instance for one. Okay, so that's it for in the students tutorials. It's completely create. So you can see here and create the singleton function, create and manage a single instance of the object. For the object is a get instance. And check if the instance is already exists, return is both instance and instance 2 point to the same object and ensuring only on instance is created. Okay, so now just properly create this my code. First of all, I'm saving this all code and just I am let me run this code. Yes, as you can see here, the properly print the first statement for in this the constant is this expression. Sorry, in this expression is properly true, and secondly print for the instance on information for the name is singleton instance. Okay, so that's it. It is single turn pattern is completely done. And next topic here I explain for also create the another example for is a factory pattern. So in the factory pattern provide a way to create object without specifying the extract class of object that will be created, and it's useful for managing object creation in scalable here. Okay, so now let's try. So first of all, I'm just going for in this code inside. Okay, and just I'm remove for in this all code. So first of all, here I create the class. So define the class name is a car. Okay, and then create this curly brackets. So in this inside I'm type for is a constructor, and constructor defined is a model. And also create this curly bracket and type for this dot apply in this model, and is equal to again define this model. And now in this curly brackets outside and create for here is a drive. For another method, the drive method apply. And now create this curly brackets and type write the console.log method. And now type for the message. So proponent type, you can see here is a driving a, use the dollar symbol and then curly bracket insert and type for it's a this dot apply in this model. Okay, so it's a complete, so you can see I'm is properly not created here, so I just use for the correct symbol. Okay, so is a properly use in this, not this symbol. So you can see I'm completely create this curly brackets and define for this sign. Okay, so here it's almost is completely creating my code, and now just create the semicolon. It's a completely done, and now in future is another class. You can define the class name is a car factory. Is a car factory and create this curly brackets. And this instead of type of the static method and name is a create for the car. Okay, and instead I'm declare the model and also create this curly brackets and use for here the return statement. It's create for here is the new in this car. Okay, and then this inside I'm defined for the car model. Okay, so you can see it's properly done, and now create for here is a type, it's a constant. For you, the car is one, and as a quality type for here is a car factory. Dot apply, you can see here is it create this car. Okay, and this incident type for the master of the car name is a Toyota, and the model is a Corolla. Okay, so you can see here the perfect. And next time we can use for here is another constructor, and then define for the car is 2 and is equal to, so now just type for, you can see here is a car factory dot type, you can see the create for the another car, now just use for the model is a Honda and the Civic. Okay, so you can see here the properly define this constructor, and now we use for define the car one dot apply in this will drive this method. And again, we use for another, just type for it's say another first to dot apply this, derive this method. Okay, so you can see here is almost complete my code, and is it almost is properly complete. So you can see, first of all here I'm creating the example defined for is a in this the car factory. This class has a static method. For create, you can see here it's a in this create car that instance, and the car object this encapsulate the creation logic, allowing us to create car without directly using the car as a constant. Okay, so you can see here the properly creating this my code, and just I select all and save in this code, and just let me run this code now. So as you can see here the properly printed the driving a Toyota Corolla and the driving a Honda Civic. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding in this today's tutorial, and here I'm properly used for in this example topic for pattern and using the JavaScript programming. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our today's JavaScript programming series. So today I'm building an interactive for the to-do list using the JavaScript, and this project will help you practice the DOM manipulations and the event handling. So now let's get started. So you can see here and create the HTML basic code structure, and now I'm link up for this script.js file. Okay, so here I'm create the basic HTML structure for our the to-do list applications. Okay, so now let's try. So you can see first of all I am create for here is HTML code. So just going for in this body tag and first time type for the heading. Okay, so set for the heading is name is a interactive, for apply is a to-do list. Okay, just type it properly the to-do list. And next step here I'm used for is just type, which you can see here is input field, and type for the type is a text and define for the ID. So now just remove for in this name field, I'm not using now. So use for the type and the ID. So I'm set for the ID name is a new dash for 2. Okay. And I'm also create here it's a placeholder for add a new task. So add a new TSK task. Okay, it's done. And also going for here and type for the simple button and define for here the button ID. So button ID name is the add dash that hero. And in this insert and type for here is the add in this task. Okay. And now just going is a completely create the button, and now create here is a simple div element. So first of all here and create the div ID. So say the div ID name is a to-do dash list. Okay, and now I'm create for is completely done for first on the heading, input type, button, and last into the div element. Okay, and now I'm create for here is properly used for the simple CSS code structure. So just going in this next of line and type for its style. So sty the style element, and this inside first of all define into the just policy. So in this kind of brackets, so first of all here I'm type is a font family for array, and also here is a sans serif, and just remove for in this Helvetica. Okay, so here is properly create this one. And now just going the next line of code, and here I'm use of first of all the type is the hashtag defined here is a to do dash is type is a list. Create this curly brackets. So first of all here I'm set for the margin is top for 20 pixels. Okay, and just when next line of code, and first of all here I'm type is a to do dash is a item. Okay, and use this kind of brackets. So this inside first of all I'm set for here is a display. So just as type the display is a flex, and also create for here is a justify content it's a space around the space is between. And now I'm also create here is a margin bottom. So just I'm type for the margin bottom is a 10 pixel. Okay, and just is done for in this the margin is properly uses is a 10 pixel. And just go to the next line of code, and here I'm type for the again use for the to do dash. In this again uses for the item and create it's a button. So item button and then type for the curly brackets. So in this insert first of all I'm set for here is background, sorry it's a not background color, only use just going. So first of all, our tag is a background. So say the background color is a red. Okay. And also your tag it's a single this color. Use for the color is a white. And now I'm set for here the properly in the border it's a none. Okay. So now I'm create for here define it's a padding. So just I'm type for the padding for 5 pixel top, and here is a 10 pixel the bottom. Okay, and now I'm create for here is a properly type it's a cursor. To define the cursor is a pointer. Okay, so you can see here is a almost complete the simple JavaScript project. Okay, so now is a completely done for is a HTML code structure and also for the CSS. Okay, so you can see here I'm properly set up for an input field for a new task at the bottom, the add task at the continue to display and the to-do list. So now let the functionality with the JavaScript. Okay, you can see here is done in this file, and now just I'm looking for in the JavaScript.js file. And now here I'm create for the JavaScript to handle for adding and removing tabs from the list. Okay, so now just waiting for inside, and here and first of all type it's a so just waiting for, and then properly type the message. So first of all, here I'm typing a document. Okay. So in the document type, also you will get it's for here is it properly the get element by ID. And this incident has the parentheses and type for also add dash the pseudo. Okay. And then type for here is also the add event listener. This incident head for simply use the click method. Okay. You can see click and then type for you can see here the another this function. So now I'm used for in this simple in this curly bracket. So first of all, this inside I'm defined for here is the font structure. So font type for here is a pseudo the intro. Okay, and is equal to type for here is a document dot again used for here is a get element by ID. Now defined for here is a new one for the new dash dot pseudo. Okay, and also in the next line I'm just again define here is a font structure. Then type for here is a pseudo for that. The type for is a pseudo input dot define. The simple value dot apply here is a change this method. Okay. So you can see here the completely done and now on page 4 here is the if statement. Okay. So you can see first of all I'm type for the if and this if that I'm defined for here is a it's type for is a pseudo text. And use this again in this curly brackets. So now we use for here is the font structure. Then type for here is a to-do list. So down the to-do list and equal to type is get documents. Dot used for here is the get element by ID. And this instead of simply defined for properly is a to-do dash this list. Okay. And just going to the next one, I'm here to create a new to-do list. So first of all, I'm just type for here is a font structure. Then use for here is a pseudo. And here I'm type is a pseudo item. So now I'm type for here is a pseudo item and is equal to type for properly here is a document. Dot use here is a so just I'm type you can see here the create element. And this incident defined for is a simple this div element. Okay. Now for this doing the next line and here I'm type is the to-do item dot type for you can see here the class list dot use for in this add method and in this add type for here it's a to-do dash is the item. Okay. You get down this code and now I'm again use for here is another constructor. Then type for here is a pseudo is the type is properly the pseudo content. Okay. The pseudo content has equal to type for here is the document dot just use here is a create element. Okay, and this inside type for is a span. So done for is a span. And now just go in the next line and here I'm type for is the pseudo content dot type for here is a text content and is equal to type for properly is a pseudo text. Okay, so it's almost done and now I'm use for here is a remove their button method. So first of all we can use a font structure, then type for here is a properly type is a remove button. Okay, the remove button and is equal to define for here is a document dot use for here is a create I'm just type for it's a create only element. Okay, create and then element. The create element and this inside and define for the simple in this button. Okay, and now I'll properly define here is a remove button dot types for here is a text this content and is equal to use for properly in this remove this method. Okay. And now I'm also again uses for this remove button dot apply for here is the add event listener, and this inside and type for it's a properly type is the click method. And I'm again create here is another function and put this parentheses and also put this curly brackets. So this incident type for you can see the properly you can see the to-do list dot use for here is a remove this child, and then in this incident defined for is a properly the to-do item. Okay, so you can see here is almost complete in this my code, and now create the semicolon, and we're going to create this again semicolon. And now here I'm first of all calling here is a to-do item dot use for is a properly in this append child this. Okay, sorry, it's not now. So append child, and this incident declare for here is a to-do of this content. And next time used for here is a to-do item. Okay, and then type for here is the append in this child, and this incident defined for here is the remove button. And lastly, here in create for again just type is the to-do list. Then apply for here is the append child, and this incident properly type is a to-do in this item. Okay, and now I'm just clear input field created here. So you can see here I'm type of to-do input that defined for in this simple value, and is equivalent to type for the single quotations. Okay, so you can see here is the properly created in the JavaScript code. And you can see here I'm add for the first one is the event listener to add task button when they click and create a new to-do item with a remove button. Okay, so now just try one in this. So first of all, I am just selecting all code and save this code. And also save for, you can see here, it's a, in this HTML code, now just save here. So first of all, I'm select all and save this code. Okay. And now just I'm just running this code and press for in this run button. So I'm just reach here, and as you can see here, the properly print from this field, then heading for the interactive to-do list, and here is a task, and here is an add. So first of all, here I'm add for is a just add, and here is a set method or the set collection and use for it. Okay, is a set collections. And now just to prefer in this app, so it's here is create the mistakenly, and just now I'm just again check for in this code, and in this example is perfectly working. Okay, so now I'm perfectly again check in this code, and just I am again print. Okay, so you can see here in this example is properly correctly created now. So I'm fixed for the simple errors. You can see in this script code, just I am copy and create for in this div element inside and just paste here. Okay, and now just I am first of all and just again next try. So you can see first of all selecting all code and save this code, and also going for here in the HTML inside and properly in this code you select all and save this code. And now just I'm going for and looking for and print for in this code. So just wait, and you can see here is open for in this one. So first of all here I'm used for is a add, just type it say button. Okay, and just click for in this add task, and you can see here the properly working and print for the add a new button. And now just I'm remove from this button and press for in this remove button. Okay, so you can see here the properly working in this simple JavaScript interactive to-do list project. Okay, so that's it for the today's tutorial, and here I'm completely create a simple JavaScript project. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to our today's another new programming series. So today we explain for here I'm going to show how to set up the jQuery in your project. And just I'm starting with the jQuery or looking to refresh for your skill, and in this video I'm properly guide you through the process. Okay, So first of all, I'll explain for what is jQuery. So the jQuery is a first small and the feature-rich JavaScript library, and it makes things like HTML document traversal and the manipulation. Also, event handling and animation are similar with and easy to add or use the API. And now in this session, I'm just presenting for here is including the jQuery in my project. So there are two main ways to include the jQuery in your project using a CDN or downloading the library and including it locally. And now use for the first example for HTML file just including the jQuery using a CDN. CDN or here is the content delivery network hosts the jQuery file for you and you simply link to it from your HTML. So here how you can do it. So now let's try for using the CDN Drupal for example. So here I'm create for the new folder for jQuery and in this inside I'm create for here it's a new file. So first of all, we have type for the file name is index dot index.html. Is that? And now just save for index. So now just enter index.html. Okay, here is properly create save for the new file and here I'm create for the HTML code structure. So first of all, type for the HTML file. We can see here is properly set and now I am set for the title. So you can see the title is a jQuery CDN. Okay. And now I'm set for the CDN. So you can see here I'm create the script tag. And in this instance, I'm defined for in this CDN search and now I'm pressed for this CDN. Okay. So it's a completely set up for in the CDN and now just going this body again. So then here I'm create for the simple code. So you can see here I'm first of all type you can see the H1 heading. And now first of all type for the message for hello for the jQuery. You can see here the properly create the hello jQuery. And next thing use for here is a simple the button tag. And then set for here the button ID. So now apply for the button ID name is a click me. Okay. And now just to make it tab, you can see here it's a click me. So now properly here it's perfect. Okay, so here is the create the simple button. And next time here is the create the simple paragraph. So you can see and type for the ID. Okay, so the ID and is equal to ID name and create for here is a message. Okay, so you can see here is a create for the simple code. And now we'll create for here is a properly type for this script code and this element. So first of all, we have defined it's a simple document. So properly type the document and apply for the basic structure for the jQuery program. So now it's completely create this basic structure. And now I'm making use for this dollar sign and define for these double quotations inside and type for the hashtag. And also in type we can see the click me. Okay. Is the button ID name the click me and now I'm use for here is a click this method. And now in the same time I'm again define for this simple function and also in this parentheses and then curly brackets. So now define for this hash this dollar sign and call for the ID button. So now type here you can see the purple this message dot use for in this text. Okay. And then create for the message the text is a button is clicked. Okay, so you can see here the properly code in this code and now apply lastly is completely this semicolon. So you can see here in this simple example, I'm include here the jQuery by in this linking to it from a CDN in this head section of in this HTML file. And then I'm using for here is a jQuery to add a click event to a button. And we change the text of a paragraph when clicked. So let's see it in action. So now it's a complete. And first of all, I am just select in all code and just properly save. And also you can see here and press for English run and then press for this story debugging. So I'm just over here and as you can see, you properly see the output for hello jQuery. And when I click for the click me button and the paragraph is properly changed and to see here the button is so is a mistake for the click spelling. So now I'm properly type so CLICK. Okay, is it click? So done is and now just I'm again save and also and open this reloading this page. So you can see it's proper now and you can see it's perfect button is click and its mistake is properly is with the add interactivity with the jQuery program. Okay. So you can see here I'm properly creating this example. So that's it for the tutorial. So in this tutorial, I am create for the simple way to include the jQuery program project using its properly CDN. So I hope you perfectly implement and provide the same functionality of your programs computers. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to our jQuery tutorial series. So today I'm explaining for here the basic the jQuery syntax and selectors. So in the jQuery is a first similar and a feature-rich JavaScript library that makes the things like HTML document, traversal, and the manipulation, and also for the event handling and the animation much similar. And here I'm going the basic of jQuery syntax and how to use selectors. And now let's get started. So you can see, first one, the jQuery selector are used to select and then manipulate the HTML element, and they are very similar to CSS selector. And here I'm giving the first example for where we will select all the paragraph element and hide them when a button is clicked. And you can see for in the jQuery is designed to simplify the process of selecting historic element of performing the action of them and starting the jQuery for the $sign starting for this code. And now, first of all, here I'm using the first example is selecting and hiding elements. Okay, so now let's try. So you can see first of all here I'm already created for the basic HTML code structure and in this inside I'm create for the CSS and go to the HTML code. Okay. So if you can see first of all I'm going for this body tag inside and here I'm set for the simple H1 tag is called the heading and now H4 it's a just I'm type for the welcome. So welcome jQuery. Okay. So QURY. So is it perfect? So now it's not correct. So I'll just type it properly as a jQuery. Hello jQuery. Just don't have begin use for jQuery program. Okay. And now just going for here and next step here I'm used for the simple paragraph tag. Okay. So just remove now. It's not correct. So it's correct. So here I'm type for the message for this is a paragraph. You can see properly set for this is a paragraph. And it, I'm create for the another paragraph tag and this inside I'm tag for you can see here. This is another. You can see the another paragraph. So I'm properly type for in this paragraph. And next I'm set for here is a simple for in this button tag and now I'm create for the properly the button ID. So now create for the button ID name is a hide button. Okay, so you can see here the profile. Now I'm just create the button name for hide the paragraph. You can see here is a properly typed in this hide paragraphs. So you can see here is a completely create for HTML code and now we're for the CSS code. Sorry, with jQuery code. So first of all, I'll type the script. And in the same file, first of all, I'm starting for the $sign and this inside I'm create for the sample in document. Dot apply in this ready this function And now I create this curly brackets. So now I'm calling for here the ID name. So properly first time type this dollar sign and double quotation inside and type for the hashtag and type for properly you can say it's called here is a hide button. And now it means for here it's a click method just in type you can see it is a click and this inside and type for you can see here in this function. Okay, and now for this curly bracket, so you can say first I'll type this dollar signs and then define for simple in this paragraph dot and use for in this hide this method. Okay, so you can see here the properly creating this my all code and then properly set for in this simple. So you can see here this example and include for here is a jQuery library using for so now just I am set for the properly serial. And now just going for here. And first of all, in this next one, I'm create for another script tag, and I'll just copy for the CDN in the Google. So now this time just define it as simple as search and is equal to. So now just copy for the Google and now paste for here. Okay. And now just here I'm click and paste for this one. So as you can see here is properly set for in this jQuery CDN. And when just the document is ready and set, I will click even listener on the button with the ID for hide button. And when the button is clicked, all paragraph elements are hidden using the hide method. Okay, so now just let's try. So simply create my code and first of all select all and save this code and also going for here and press for in this run. So I'll just wait here and as you can see here, you properly see the first message is welcome jQuery program. And secondly, print for this is a paragraph. This is another paragraph, and now I'm just click for in this button and see here the properly type for in this paragraph. So now just again reload, and you can see the result. Okay. So here is the basic syntax and create here. And next is the here I am create. So first of all, here I'm properly defined for the selecting. And you can see here I'm try for it's a changing text element. Okay, so now let's try for this one. So you can see first of all, I'm just going for this button instead I'm use for the same code and I'll just use it for the ID name. So remove this one and here I'm type for the change text button. Okay. Change for text button. Okay. And also just here I'm remove for and here I'm type for you can see the change text. So remove properly and then type for you can see the change for in this text. Okay. And also going for here is jQuery for inside I'm defining for so change for in this hide button and here I'm set for it's a change then text for in this button. Okay, and then we use for the paragraph and remove for in this hide method and now here I'm create for you can same type for is a text and this inside I'm set for the text now. So now type for the message for the text has been changed. Okay, so you can see here is done. And now you can see the completely create my code and you can see here I'm properly set for the click even listener on the button with the ID is a change text button. And when I click for this button, it's see the result. So first of all, I'm making select this code and set properly. And now open for in this browser and I'll just reload now. So as you can see here, it's a set for the button and the change text. Okay, now just when I click for this button, you see the proper result. You can see here is a properly changed for the text. So you can see the text has been changed. So now just I'm again try. So you can see the first one that this is a paragraph and this is another paragraph. Now when I click for this button and change the text, okay, so you can see here it is properly changed. So that's it for the tutorial and here I'm properly defined for the introduction to basic jQuery syntax and the selectors. Okay, so thanks for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today we explore for how to get and the set content attribute using the jQuery. And here in use example just manipulate the HTML attribute with PC. So you can see first I'm explain for this one, the jQuery is provided powerful methods to get and set HTML attributes. So now let's see the first example. So first example I'm cover for here, the getting and the setting for hyperreference attributes. So now let's try. So you can see first of all I'm going for in this body type inside. First I'm type for here it's the anchor tag. Okay, and this input I'm defined for the ID. So ID is create ID name for here is the my link. Okay, and also you type it properly the hyper reference. And now we simply just use for here it's double quotations and then type for you can see the is the HTTP as and create this clone and I'll just use the www dot. And then type where you can see here is the simply use the google.com. Okay, and then here I'm type for is a heading for you can see visit site. Okay, so you can see here is it completely create and now here I'm used for it's a simple apply for it's a button tag. Okay, so in this insert first of all I'm using the button ID name is a change link. And also here I'm type is properly you can see the change this link. Okay, so here is a completely create in this button tag. And now here I'm generate for the simply this is script tag. So just it's the window. So first of all, here I'm create this and declare for this script. Okay. And in this inside, first of all, I'm type you can see define for it's a document. And also here I'm type you can see this ready this method and now I'm making apply in this function. Okay. And next step here I'm just create for is again define and apply for this hashtag and search for here it is the ID name just like it's the change link. Dot apply here is a properly this click method and in this inside I'm begin define for this simple function. Okay, and now reach for the get the current hyperreference attributes. You can see first of all here I'm type is the late. Then type you can say is a current hyperreference and this is equal to create this dollar sign and this inside and out to state for here is my this link this site. And now I'm apply for you can see the attribute for type for here is the hyperreference. Okay. And now so now just I'm going the next line of code and you can see here I'm typing this alert this message. So this method inside and create the current. So now this type is the current for hyperreference. Okay. And just here I'm concatenating for this current hyperreference. We're done. And next step here I'm state a new hyperreference attribute. So you can see first of all here I'm type it's a hashtag dollar signs and in the same that I'm just define for it's a my with another this links and then type for the attribute the attribute and also here in type for you can see the hyperreference and type for you can see the https and then double slash. Okay, and it's not it's the properly type is the https then double slash and then type for also here is the news any new so new site. So simply use for the new site. I'm just going the next line of code. So first of all, here I'm completely creating this line. And then here I'm used for this again in this dollar sign and define for this calling for so hashtag and type again use for it's the my link dot apply so for the simple text and then type for the text is a visited this site. Okay, So you can see here that properly create my all code, and you can see here I'm perfectly used for in this get and set attributes. Okay, so now just create this image. So you can see here that completely create in this my code, and now just I am select in all code and just I am save and let me run this code now. So you can see here and press this one. So it's properly open. So first is a visit site and the change for this link. So now just I am first of all in this inside I'm just click the button and see the alert the current link URL. So you can see the current link URL, the current you can see just press OK. So you try for it's this link will update it to point to new URL and text and show the jQuery makes it easy to get and save the attribute. Okay. So you can see here I'm type for in this visited this site and you can choose for click this change link. Okay. So you can see here is open for the new site.com. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding in this simple example. Okay. So here is a completely working. So I'm just wait and perfectly open for in this new site this website. So now just a minimize here and now just I'm create for the another example here I'm defined. So now creating here is getting and setting for the source attribute for the image. Okay. So you can see I'm just going for this inside and just I am defined for this image. So first of all I'm change for in this link. Okay. So you can see first of all here I'm used for in this image tag. So this inside I'm set for the ID. So first of all I set the ID is a my image, and also here I'm say defined for it says search. So first of all I am defined for you can see here is a this image folder and then this image just directly use and then type for it's the alter and then type for it's the image. Okay, so you can simply say the image. And now just going for here and change for the button name. So properly can type in the button image. And also going for here and press for we will change for in this image. Okay. And now just going for in this the main this is script code inside. So you can see first of all you are create the document this change for. So now just remove this change link and here insert it is properly the change image. Okay. And then apply for the late is the current. So just change for hyperreference. So here I'm having current search and the current search name is a my image. Okay. And then stage for the attributes it's a source src and then going for you can see I'm change for the current hyperreference and here I'm saying for its current image. And now just change this one. So first of all here I'm going to type it's a current search. Okay. And also set a new source attribute. So you can see first of all here I'm just uses for in this save this. So now just last line I'm just remove and you can see here set for the my image. Okay. So my image and then attribute is like it's the src and sorry as a small character just use so src and then state for the attribute. So now just link for the copy in the Google. So now just here is a copy paste. Okay. So now just I'm paste for in this link. So here I'll just remove in this one and now I'm just properly paste. Okay. So you can see sorry just I'm going for again back. And now you can see first of all I am remove for this link. Okay. And we're going to create with a double quotation and in this inside and paste for this link. Okay. So you can see here the properly create in this code and now I'm properly set for the image source and now just I'm selecting all code and just save this and open for in this just this browser and just reload now. So I'm just wait here and properly set output. Okay. So you can see just remove again and properly select all and set this code and also going for here and press for this run. So I'll just wait and as you can see here the properly print for the image. Okay. So now you can see this the full image is not as perfect here. Okay. So and now I'm just simply create this one. So now I'm just change for this image. Okay, and you can see the current image for the JPG, and we can see here is simple down. Okay, so I hope you people understanding in this tutorial's topic, and here I'm used the perfectly attributes for the search and the link. Okay, so I hope you're understanding this tutorial topic. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm creating here the example. This topic is exploring for how to generate the get and the set classes using the jQuery. So in this tutorial, I'm properly just define the dynamically manipulate the classes on your HTML element. Okay. So in this, the jQuery's make it easy to manage the CSS classes. So now let's see. So first of all, here I'm covered example is adding and removing classes. Okay. So you can see first of all I'm going for in this body tag insert and here I'm create a simple code. So now first of all here I'm type it's a simple paragraph tag and this insert I'm set for the ID. So the ID name is a text and now also going here and also here I'm create for the simple class. So now set for the class name is like here is the normal. Okay. And also going here I'm type for the message for is a sample text. Okay. And now just go in the next line of code and here I'm set for a simple button type. Okay. And in this inside I'm defined for the button ID name is a tuple class. And also here I'm type for again that is a tuple highlight. Okay. So you can see here the properly generate this highlight. And now here I'm set for in this script code. So you can see first of all I'm just here and define for it's a properly type is document dot use for illustrated this method in 70 here again in this function. And now just define for in this dollar sign and then declare for instead of quotations and here it's type is properly the ID name is the toggle class and apply for you can see it's the type is properly the click this method and in this inside I'm again define for the function this parenthesis now and now again type for this dollar sign and declare the class is a text. Okay. And also here in type for it's defined is the toggle this class. The class is defined the highlight. Okay. So it's a JSLI, JST is properly done. And you can see here it's a completely code for the HTML code and also the jQuery code. And now here I'm properly create is a CSS style code. So you can see in this next line for so first of all I'm set for is a style tag. And this inside first of all I'm defined for is simply the highlight. Properly generate for the highlight. So highlight inside I'm supposed to set the background color it's used the color is yellow. And secondly here I'm set for it's a font weight is a bold. Okay. And next time here I'm also create for is another class name I'm defined for the class name is a normal. So I'm properly generate the normal set this code and again here I'm set for it's a background color for it's a white. And next I'm set for it's properly the font weight. So you can see say the font weight is the normal. So you can see here the properly generate my code and here I am create the paragraph with a classes of the normal and the button is labeled the toggle highlight. And so you can see I just defined for the toggle highlight this class method is to add a or remove the highlight class to change the paragraph background color and the font weight. Okay. So you can see here the properly creating this my code, and now just I'm selecting all for our steps. And also I'm going for here and press for industry. So I'm just wait here, and as you can see here, properly see the output for first we print for the simple paragraph. This is a sample paragraph, and now it's create a simple button. So when I just click for in this button and toggle the class, it will switch the between the highlight and normal demonstration. So you can see here is the normal here. Okay. So I hope you properly understanding. It's a proper is a normal. And now just I will also define for is another topic just cover here. So now create a checking and the setting a class. And here I'm create the element has a specific class and the set a new class if there's a class line. So now let's going for in this inside for, and first of all use the ID name change. So here I'm set for the ID name is the status. So just change this text and properly type this is, and class name I'll just type for the inactive. Okay, so properly type it's the in this active. And also when here I'm set for the status for inactive, so just change this one. And first of all, I'm type it's the status for inactive. Okay, so you can see here is properly done. I'm just going this button inside and change for the button name. So here I'm set for the button name, it's the active. And here I'm just again here is a type for activate. So now sorry is the activate. So VAT is perfect. And also just change for here and just insert it is activated. So activated is done. And I'm just going for English that this script for inside. And first of all here I'm set for the ID name is a activate. So I'm properly type for activate and the click method, and just change for in this one, and here I'm apply for properly is if statement. Okay, so this inside of properly is this dollar sign and then create this again this parentheses and type for you can see the properly hashtag and then type this status. Okay, and use for this dot and type for here the hash plus. Then also here I'm defined for it's inactive. Okay, and now just creating this curly brackets. So this inside first of all I'm again define this hashtag and this parentheses and then type for again define for this status. Okay, and then type for you can see I use for the remove class. So use the properly the remove class inside and define for its properly the inactive this method. And also here I'm set for it's say add this class and add class inside and define for it's say active. So I'm properly generate for the active and then type for you can see the text, then type for is a status. So status well. So here I'm generate for the status is a active. So is it done for in this script code. So now just going for into the top and now set for here the CSS code. So first of all I'm just going here and you can see and change for into the class name. So sorry first time you set the ID is the active. Okay, and set the background also and set the color. So you can see I'm only use the color it's a green. Okay, so set the color is a green, and next time set for here it's a font size. So font size will set for here the properly is 20 pixels. And next here it's this class name set for it's a inactive. So properly generate for the inactive, and in this inside I'm also change for this color. So first of all I'm set sorry it's not now, so I'm just only use for here it's the color. Then I'll set the color it's a red, and also here I'm just type for the font size is a 14 pixels. Okay, so you can see here the properly create my code, and here I'm properly use for in this code. Okay, So now just first of all, I'll select all and set in with my all code. And you can see here in the my all code here is completely good. And now just I'm opening again this browser and now just I'm reload this. You can see here the perfectly changed for the start is inactive. And now press for this activate button. You can see here it's a perfect. Okay. So you can see here the today's tutorial topic is completely done, and here that's it for in this tutorial and create here properly the getting and the setting CSS classes with the jQuery. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm going to cover for how to add and remove element using the jQuery. So by the end of this video, you will able to dynamically manipulate your HTML content. So now let's get started. So in this jQuery, make it simple to add and remove the element from the DOM. So now let's see the first example and create here the adding the new elements. Okay. So now let's see this example. So first of all, I'm going for in this code editor inside. I'm just body tag inside create for is simply the unordered list. Okay. So in this unordered list inside first I'm defined for the unordered list ID. So set for the ID it's a my list. Okay. And just going for here and then I'm set for is simple the list. So first I use the list name here and properly type the item is 1. And secondly, I'm defined for the another list is create, and now I'm just type for I can see the item of 2. Okay, is it done? And now I'm create for here. It's a simple in this button. Sorry, and then type you can say so type it's the button. Okay, and this button. So now I'm create for the properly the button ID the set here. So button ID name and create here is the add item. Okay. So I'm properly type you can see the add item and also here I'm properly in this add this item. Okay. And next one is for here is a properly then a script code. And in this insert, first of all, I'm defined for it's a simple this document. Okay. And then also here I'm type this ready this method and in this inside I'm declare for this simple this function. Sorry. Sorry, now. Okay, and create this brackets. So again use for this dollar sign and define for this hashtag is calling for the ID name. It's a add this item. And now I'm properly used in this click method and this inside and type is a functions. Okay. And now just use this curly brackets. So use this dollar sign and again define for it's properly set the hashtag like it's a my list. Okay. And then type for you can see I'm used for this append this method and this inside I'm just add for the new list. Okay. So you can see type for it's a list. Then type for you can see here it's a new in this item. Okay, and now just I'm closing for this list. Okay, so you can see here is a completely done for my code and now just I'm completely create this semicolon. So you can see in this example I'm just simply generate for unordered list with the 2 items and a button label for the add item. And when the button is clicked and used for here is the append method to add a new list item to the end of the list. Okay, so you can see here the properly generate my code and just I select one and save this code. And also going for here and press for in this round. Okay, so I'm just wait here. And as you can see here, the properly create item is 1 and item 2 is a here is it generally created and now you will just click for this add item and open for the create add properly the new item. So you can see here is it properly add for the new item. Okay, so I hope you completely understanding. And next topic can create another item sorry is another topic and creature is a removing element. So now let's see in this example. So first of all, I'm just going for in this inside and now I'm create for is remove for in this unordered list. Okay. And here I'm simply defined for it's a div element. Okay. And now in this div element, I'm set for the div element ID name is a container. You can see the properly set the container, and inside I'm set for here's a simple paragraph where the paragraph name the paragraph class name set the item. Okay, and again I'm set for the item is 1. So now it's done, and now just I am you can see copy for in this code. Okay, and first for here is the next 2 line. So now just I'm change for it's the first time said the item is 1, second is item 2, and third is item 3. And I'm just going for in this button and type for you can see here it's a remove item. So it's done the remove item, and also here I'm type it's a remove the last item. So remove for the last item. Okay, it's a properly generic, and now just I'm going for into the script code inside. And first of all, I'm change for the ID name. So now search for you can see the remove item, and I click the function, and now I am remove for in this list. And here I'm just search for it's a container item. Okay, so container space dot is defined for this item. And now just I'm remove for in this code. And first of all, here I'm typing this the last this method, and also search for you can see use to remove this method. Okay, so you can see here the properly creating this my code, and here I'm use a div containing the 3 paragraph is with the class for item and the button label for the remove last item. And when the button is clicked, the remove method is used to the delete the last paragraph with the class of item. Okay, so is it done this code, and I'll just saving this code and also open for in this browser, and I'll just reload now. So as you can see here is a generally open for the item 1, 2, and 3. And when I just click for in this the remove this last item button, and here is the properly remove the last item. So you can see here the properly remove for the item 3. Okay. So I hope you people understanding this today's tutorial. So and that's for our today's tutorial on adding and removing elements with jQuery. And I hope you properly found this tutorial helpful for your projects. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today we explore how to work with siblings and the filters in the jQuery, and just navigate and manipulate this element relative to other in the job. So first we explain for the simple jQueries provide a powerful method for selecting and manipulating sibling elements and filtering the elements based on the criteria. So now let's see the first example. So first of all, I'm working with the sibling elements. Just select and modify sibling elements. Okay. So now let's just going. So first of all, I'm going for here and create for it's a simple this style code. Okay, so first time apply this style. So it is not now. So you can see is I remove this one. So in this next line, I'm create for is properly set the style type. Okay. So this inside and create the style plus the ID name is there. GST is the highlight. And then for this curly brackets, so this inside and stage for only use the background color for so use the background color is a yellow gray. Okay, so it's done, and now just I'm going for into the body tag inside, and first of all here and stage 4 is create the simple div. So div inside and create for the simple paragraph. So now create so first of all I set for the paragraph class name is a info for the information, and just in type for you can see the first item. Okay, and set the proper the first item, and now I'm create for here is say another paragraph tag and create the class name. Set for here it's again use for the information, and this means that I'm type for is properly the second item. Okay. And next time used for here is again this paragraph, and create for the class name is info for the informations, and then type for is the third HIRT is the third item. This properly generate is done, and now I'm create for the simple the button tag. This generate properly, and first of all here I'm just set for the button ID name is a highlight, and again type for is properly the highlight the next. Okay, so here the next release, so the next release. Okay, so you can see here the properly generate. And now just I'm going for in this jQuery coding side, and first of all here I'm define for it's say this pattern ID. So you can see first I'm type this $sign, and in this inside I'm define for the hashtag, and type for you can see the properly the highlight. Okay, so the highlight dot apply for in this the click this method, and this inside I'm type the function is properly, and then create this curly brackets. So now I'm again declare this one, and type for it's properly dot it's a info for the class name, and then type for you can see the is eq, then eq is the only 0, and type for you can see the next this method, and also your type is create the add in this class, so add class name is a highlight. Okay, so you can see here is properly create in this highlight. And just when the next one you can see here I'm used for here it's a 3 paragraph with the classes info, and a button is labeled for the highlight it's the next siblings. And you can see when I'm just click a button and use the next method to select the sibling, the first paragraph, and add a highlight class to it. Okay? So here is a completely creating this my code, and now just I'm selecting all code and just save, and also going for press for in this this one. So just right here, and as you can see here, the properly see the output. So first you print the first item, second item, the third item. And when you click for in the highlight the next sibling and see the result, we can see here the properly highlight for the next item. Okay, so it's completely done this topic. And also when you create another topic just over here. So now creating here is a filtered elements. Okay, so now let's try. So first of all, I'm just going here and create the unordered list. Okay. So remove for in this div element, and in this inside and create for properly the unordered list. So unordered in this list, first time create the ID. Set for the ID name is a status list. Status list. And in this inside I am create for you can see the simple list. Okay, so create here the list class name is a active, then also here type for you can see the active item for one. Okay, so now I'm just you can see first of all I am copy in this line of code and paste for against the next 3 lines. Okay, can properly change. So now first use the active, and now create for here the inactive, and last here is all for the inactive, and change for this one, and properly run type for inactive, and again just type for is the in this active. So first one is the inactive item is one, and secondly here I'm print for is set 2, and again set for this 2. And now just going for and create a simple button. So now change for in this highlight. So now I'm inserted for the another ID name. So now I'm create for here is the show for active. Okay, so you can see here the type properly. And then form type for also next just removing this code. So in this simple just highlighting text I'm just remove here and I inserted for is a proper label show for in this active items. So is a done for in this active items. And also wait for in this script coding so I can change for is the class name. So for the ID name. So properly answer the ID name is the show. Okay, so I'm properly type the show active the function and you can see I'm removing for in this line of code. And first of all, I'm type for it's a hide all elements code. So first is the hashtag, sorry, dollar sign. And then in this insert, I'm type for the hashtag and then type is properly the status list the ID name. So status list and begin this list. And dot use for in this the hide this method. It's properly hide in this all item. And next time again type for this one. So hashtag and type is properly again the status the list and again type for the list of a active method dot type for you can see the show this method. Okay, and in this line mean for the show only active items. Okay, and now I'm set for here is the CSS code structure. So you can see I'm just change for in this ID name. So first of all I'm set for the first ID is the active. Okay, and you just curly brackets. So now I'm set for the color. Sorry, your mistake is properly the color. So use the color is a so custom type or you can see the yellow. And now just going the next line. So sorry, and the active color used for here is the green. You can see the green and next message for here is the inactive. So I'm properly type the inactive is create for proper the color. So use the color is the red. Okay, so you can see here the properly generate in this code. And you can see this example. I am create first here is a some list item with active and inactive classes and a button is labeled show active items. You can see here the show active items. So this is the show active items. And when the button is clicked, all items and hidden using the hide method, and only the item with the active class are shown using the show method. Okay? We can see here is properly generate in this my all code and now just add selecting all code and save this code and open for again in this browser. And just reload now. So as you can see here is perfectly see the output for the active item for active 1, 2 and your inactive it show the color is red. And the show for the active items you can see the active item and show for it's a hide. And now I'm just again show the active item and show the output. Okay, the properly generate. So that's it for the today's tutorial. I'm just here is perfectly working with siblings and the filters in jQuery. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding this topic. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorials topic. So today I'm going to explore the no conflict method in jQuery. And in this method is a particularly useful when you are working with the multiple libraries that might have the conflict with the dollar symbol variable. So now let's try. So first of all, I'll explain for here the what is jQuery no conflict. So you can see the no conflict method in jQuery release the dollar symbol variable is allowing for the others library that use the dollar symbol variable to coexist with the jQuery. And this can be very handy in complex project. So now let's look at the example and to see how it works. Okay. So in this session, I am create for a simple example for use the another library. So you can see here use the also the another library is a prototype. So in this prototype is with also the dollar symbol variable and see the jQuery noConflict method help us avoid for this conflict. Okay. So now create for using the noConflict with the prototype. So now let's try. So first of all, I am going for in this body tag inside and here I am defined for symbol each one time. And now set for the text for using the jQuery. You can see the jQuery and the prototype. So prototype is done. So perfect the prototype dot js. Okay, for it's a together. So we're done for the together and complete. And next step here and stage for it's a button. So use for so I'm used for the button tag. To properly generate and now I'm set for the button ID. Now I'm used for the button ID name is a query button. Okay. So done and now just in this insert I'm type for it's properly click me. Okay, and now create in this insert this parentheses and this insert I'm defined for it's a properly it's a jQuery. Okay, we are done for the button. And next I'm used for here the simple for the paragraph tag and I'm synced for the paragraph ID. So now create for the paragraph ID is a jQuery message. Okay, is it done for the message. And next step I'm defined for the another ID, the button I'm create here. And the button ID I'm provide for here is the ID is equal to is a simple M type is a proto. Okay, so the done and now also click for here. So first M type is the click me and then parentheses we can define for is a prototype. So prototype dot js. Okay, is a done for in this button and now just in create for is a simple paragraph tag and now state for the paragraph ID name is a proto message. Proto message is properly created here. Okay, so you can see here is a completely create for is this HTML code. And now just going for the main program inside and now I'm create for you can see in this line I'm create is a script tag. So first of all I'm create a structure for the script and in this inside first I'm create release the dollar variable for the jQuery. So you can see first of all define the variable name is a jQuery and is equal to and properly defined is a jQuery. Dot and use for here is no conflict in this method. Okay, and now I'm using with the jQuery with the no conflict method. So first I'm type for you can see the jQuery and the jQuery and this inside I'm defined is properly type as a document. Dot use for in this ready this method and in this inside I'm properly type as a function. And I also create this curly brackets. So just an again type is a JQ. Exchange for the dollar signs and now I'm defined for this parentheses and double quotations define and first create the jQuery with a button ID. Okay. And now apply for you can see we click this method and define for another function. And now I'm making for it for is a jQuery. Then define for the ID, it's the paragraph ID for the JQ message. Okay, is run the method and now search for in this text this method and in this instance create for the output message. The first time type you can see here is a jQuery button is clicked. You can see here the properly that is the jQuery button is clicked. So now I'm properly clicked is last this semicolon. Okay, so you can see I'm properly using for the jQuery with the no conflict. Okay, and next I'm using for here is say using the prototype the JS. So you can see first of all I'm type is a document dot. Now I'm used for here is a observe. Okay, so you can see some type is properly. The here is the observe. Okay, so you observe, and this inside I'm create with parentheses and define for is a properly done, and then clone, and also here I'm type is the loaded. Okay, so loaded and this used for is a simple in this function, and then create this parentheses and also create this curly brackets. So now use for here is a dollar symbol, and then type we can see this inside I'm defined is a is a proto button. You can see here the properly the proto button dot use in this observe. Okay, so you can see the observe, and now I'm in this inside. First of all, I'm defined for you can see I'm type say click, then also defined in this simple function, then also the parentheses, and just going the next one is curly brackets. So now I'm here is a type. It's again defined this dollar symbol. Then type for you can see and type it's a proto method. It's the paragraph ID. And now use for in this update in this function, this method, and this insert and type for the message just like you can see here is a proto type. Okay. So use for here is a properly the prototype dot JS button is is clicked. Okay, so you can see here I properly create my code, and now just I'm lastly define this limited. So you can see here my simple program is completely done, and here I'm properly used for in the noConflict this method. Okay. So in this example I'm create for here it's including the both jQuery and the prototype. By calling the jQuery.noConflict and release the symbol is the dollar symbol variables from the jQuery and assign it to the variable the jQuery, and this allow us to use the both libraries without border conflict. Okay, so you can see you're properly creating this my code, and I'll just select in all code and properly save, and also going for here and press for in this run. So just wait here and just properly click one. So after the wait here, so you can see the people see the output. So first you print for the heading for using jQuery and the prototype together. And first I'm going to click for the jQuery and print for the jQuery text message. So you can see it's properly working for in this prototype. And now just check for in the jQuery code again. So first of all, I am just going for in this inside, and first I'm create for you can see the JQ. This document dot ready this function from the JQ. This simple this button this click method, and it's correct for in this code. So now just making try it. Okay. So in this example, I'm properly create for it's a prototype and the jQuery this code, and now just I am properly again select on this code and just save and open for again in this browser. So now just I'm open this one and just I am reload in this page again. So you can see is a use for the same this output. So now first is click for the jQuery. You can see the properly working. It's print for the jQuery button is click, and next I'm print for the prototype.js, and you can see here the perfectly working. It's print for the prototype.js button is clicked. Okay. So I hope you're understanding in this output, and here I'm properly used for the both the jQuery and the prototype. So today's tutorial is completely done, and here I'm perfectly used for in this no conflict method in jQuery can help you avoid the conflicts with others libraries by releasing this dollar symbol, this variable. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm going to explore the DOM manipulation using the jQuery. And here I'm properly cover the basic example to manipulate the HTML element with the jQuery. Okay. So first of all, we explain for here the what is DOM manipulations. Okay. So DOM manipulation is refers to the process of dynamically changing the content, structure, or style of a web page using the properly JavaScript or the jQuery code. And with the jQuery, this beacon is a incredibly simple and efficient. So in this session, I'm used for the example just to use the jQuery to add, remove, and the change for the HTML elements. Okay. So now let's try. So you can see, first of all, I'm going for in this body tag insert and create for the simple HTML code. So first I'm set for the heading, and now just create for the heading name just like for, you can see the basic DOM manipulations. Okay. So I'm just properly set for the DOM manipulation. And just going the next line of code and properly here I'm set is a button. Okay. So now you create for here it's a button ID. So define for the button ID name is a change for this text. And also here I'm tag again you can see I'm tagged with the change. So CHANGA change for this text. Okay. Is it done for the first button? And secondly, I'm defined for the another button is generate here. And now I'm set for the button ID name is provide for the add element. So you can see I'm properly type, you can see the add element. And again type, you can see here it is called the add element in this passage. And next I'm set for here is the another button just create here. So properly typing this button. And also here set for is a button ID. So now I'm create for the button ID name is a remove 11. Is it done? And now just again create the same text for it's a remove element. Okay, the done is properly spread the remove element. So next line I'm define is a simple div element. And now I'm create for the div ID name just generate here it's a container. Okay. And also going for in this code inside and simple here I'm defined for you can create for it is simple this paragraph tag and properly set for the paragraph ID name is a text and then I'm set for the text for this is the A. So now this type for it is sample text. Okay. So you can see here the properly create is a simple HTML code. And now going for is the main coding inside and now create for here is properly the script code. jQuery. So now just define for the script element. So you can say first of all I create for the basic jQuery code structure. Okay. So you can say first of all I'm define the dollar symbol and in this inside I'm properly type this document. Don't use this ready method and this inside I'm again define this function and then curly brackets. Okay. So you can see here we properly create the jQuery basic code structure and now and here is use the change text. Okay. So first of all I'm use this dollar signs and then define for the button ID name is A. So hashtag and then type you can see the change text. Okay. And now I'm use for you can see properly use is the click method and define for in this simple function. And I'll just go in the next line and here I'm use for again this dollar sign and then type for hashtag and now in this type is the text. Okay. So it's the text for and then so in the simple code I'm create the text for the paragraph ID name. Okay. And now I'm create the simple define for this text and now set create the simple text for this. So I'm type for text. Okay. So the text has been changed. Okay. So you can say here to properly create the text has been changed. And now for the semicolon and now I'm the next step here. So it's not now. So in this line I'm properly generate the semicolon and now I'm just add a new element. Okay. Second time again just type for this dollar sign and define for it's a so it's a type for is double quotations and then define for hashtag and type for you can see the button name is the add element Then apply for, you can see, and properly create this click method. This is what I'm defined for this another in this function. Now I'm again define this dollar sign and calling for the paragraph ID name is a. So now I'm use for here is a container just create now. Okay. So first of all is this hashtag and define is completely the container dot use for in this append method. Okay. So first of all, I try this double quotations and define a simple. This paragraph name is a. So now this time we can see here is the name paragraph. Okay, and the app. There's done, and now completely closing for in this. Sorry, it's the closing this paragraph. Okay, so you can see here is a completely almost great like code. And next step I'm define for it's a remove an element. So you can see and define this again hashtag and calling for the button ID name just as it's a remove for 11. Okay, I'm just going for and here I'm type it's a properly type it's a click method. This is that I'm defined for is again in this function and create this curly brackets. So now just you can see define this hashtag and then calling for this paragraph ID it's a text. And then I'm used for you can see and properly only use in this remove. There is not found. It's a remove in this empty this parentheses. Okay. So you can see here is a properly create in this my simple code and you can see here this example and use for here is a properly you can see here is a three button that perform the different actions. And the first button is change the text of a paragraph and the second button is add a new element as a new paragraph and the third button is remove the existing paragraph. Okay, so you can see here I'm properly create is a script code. Okay, so now just I am properly select all and set this code and you can see I'm just going for in this place for this run and just click one. So just wait here and as you can see here we properly print for the three button. And first one is the basic H1 heading for the basic DOM manipulation. And now we print for properly the three button. Okay, and here is a use for the sample this text. And now first of all I'm click for in this change text. You can see here the properly change the text has been changed. And now add for the new elements you can see here the properly add the new paragraph added. And now just I'm remove for this element and you can see it's a now I'm remove element in this box. I'm just empty here. Okay, so you can see here I'm just empty in this element. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding in this example and here I'm completely working for it's a DOM manipulation. So that's it for the today's tutorial and here I'm properly create the basic and advanced for the DOM manipulation using the jQuery. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm going to explore the event handling with jQuery and here I'm used for the easy example and I hope you properly understanding this topic. So first of all I'm explaining for what is event handling. Okay, so event handling is a fundamental concept in web development where you define what should happen when a user interacts with your web page, such as clicking a button, hovering over an element, or typing in a prompt with the jQuery. And I'm here handling this event become simple and straightforward. So first of here the covered example I'm used for here is a click event handling. Okay, so now let's try. And in this example, just event on a button and change the text of a paragraph. So you can see here I'm first use for the jQuery serial is properly uses and now just going for is the body tag insert and create a simple H1 coding. Sorry, it's HTML coding and create the H1 tag. And now here tag for the message bar you can see the click event handling. So properly type you can see the event for handling. Then type point is the handling and just go in the next line of code And you want to create a simple, it's a button tag. First time set for the button ID name is a click button. So click is the button. And next time type for here you can see and create here is the click me. Okay, with the down. And next is again set for the simple paragraph tag. Use the paragraph and also define the paragraph ID. So use the ID name is the message. And now set for here is the type. You can see is a, can properly type. You can see here is the WIT waiting for a click. Okay, is it done for waiting for a click? Is it properly create there here is it HTML coding. And now just I'm going for is to create a simple script code. So first of all, I'm define the script 11. Sorry, the script tag. And in this instance, I'm first create the basic jQuery code structure. So you can see starting for this dollar symbol, and then in this inside I'm defining properly the document. Dot apply, you can see this ready method, and in this inside I'm also creating the function. Okay, and now use this curly brackets. So now here create the handle button click is event. So you can send type for again this symbol and define for the ID name. So first time type you can see here it's a click button. It's called a button ID and define it properly. Use this click method, and in this inside I'm defined for in this function. Okay, and now I'll create here again this dollar symbol and type for, you can see define the hashtag and type for the paragraph ID name is the message dot set the text. And now just set the text is a button click. Okay, so you can see here the properly create the handling in this button. And now is it done for this tutorial topic. So you can see here I'm used for the button with and the paragraph using for in this the jQuery and handle the click event on the button and change the paragraph text to a button is clicked. And when the button is clicked, and let's see in action. So now properly I'm saving this all code and also going for and press for in this run this button. Just wait here, and you can see here the create the basic heading for the click event handling, and here is a create for the simple this button, and here is the sample this message, and just waiting for a click. So you can see, and when just clicking to the button, the paragraph the change to button is clicked. Okay, so now just change. So when I'm just click for this button, and you can see here just waiting here. And now just I'm going for again here, and just I'm again for reload in this page here. Okay, and in this example I'm create for the simple event handling method. So now just I'm again open this, and now just I'm reload in this page. So just I'm click on, and you can see here it's a create for the waiting for a click in this method. Okay, so I hope you're understanding this event clicking is properly click this one. Okay, so now just read the next topic. So here I'm defined for the another topic is covered here is a hover event handling. Okay, so in this event for this element and change for it's a background color when the mouse enter and the leave the element. Okay, so now let's try. So first of all, just going for in this HTML code inside, and now I'm change for in this the heading name. So I'm used for the hover event handling. So just remove for this click one, and here I'm insert it's properly it's a hover. And change for this button and then also the paragraph. And here I'm set for simple the div element. And properly first is type the div ID. So your div ID name is a hover div. So hover div. And next I'm set for proper the style. So first I'm set for the width for this code is a 200 pixel. And next time set for here it's the height is again for the 200 pixel. And also here set for it's a proper the background color. So the background color is a light. So use the light sky blue. Okay, so they're completely done, and now I am in this incident create for the simple message flow. And type where you can see the forward me. Okay, so you can see here properly generate. And now just going for in this script code inside, and now I'm properly changing this code. Okay, so you can see I'm changing this code, and first of all here I'm used for is a handle over event. The custom type is a hashtag, is the dollar sign, and in this define is a double quotations, and then define for hashtag it's a forward. If just calling in this, and now I'm typing is the proper using this forward method, and then create this parentheses. And in this inside, first of all, I'm create this simple function, then also this parenthesis, and again create this curly brackets. So custom type is a dollar symbol, and use for is a this method. Then apply for here is a CSS properties. So now I'm set for you can see here and type it's a background. You can see here is the background color, and now I'm used for the background color. It's a light blue. Okay, and also just go in the next line of code and here and create the another function is defined. So you can some type for the function and then parentheses and again use the curly brackets. So use this, then apply for here again use this for the CSS properties and create here it's properly the background color. Again uses the background color, and also here I'm type is the light gray and GRAY. You can see here is properly created in this code, and now just here I'm defined in this semicolon, and now I'm just change for in this color. So here I'm used for only not is a light sky blue, it's the light gray. So GR is the light gray. So you can see here the properly create in this my simple code, and here I'm used for the jQuery is a handle to hover event to change. Here it's a background color to light gray, and when the mouse enter the div and the back to light this color. Okay, so here is a completely creating this my code, and just first of all I'm select in all code and save this code. And I am properly open for in this the browser, and now just reloading this page. So you can see here the properly see, and here is the change for this color. So I hope you properly understanding in this output. So you can see I'm just mouse over and perfectly change one this color. Okay. So that's it for the today's tutorial on handle, click, and hover event using for the jQuery. And in this, the event handling with the jQuery is a powerful way to make your web page interactive and responsive to user actions. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to today's another JavaScript jQuery tutorial series. And today we're going to learn how to replace element and the content using jQuery. So where just you are swapping out text for HTML or enter element, and the jQuery this makes it super easy. So let's explore the different way to do this with clear example and the output. So today first working the jQuery example for replacing text content with the text method. So just going here in this body tag inside it, first open this paragraph text and including the ID is a. So now here's type this paragraph 1. And this inside is type the simple paragraph. This is a original. So original text content. So here's type of text content. And then now you also open the button tag, and this inside also including the button ID name. This is a button 1. Okay. So here is type this another message. This is a replace text. So here is type the replace text. And now also going here, you can see this outside open the script tag. So today this inside is first using the $sign and then also including this double quotations hashtag. First add the button ID name is a button 1 and then also using the click method and this inside add the function, then use curly brackets, so again apply. So and now including for the paragraph ID name is a para1. Okay, then also type for here is a new text. So the type the new text, so this is a new text content. The content replaced using like the jQuery. Okay, so including is correct, it's called the jQuery. So here is a perfect. So you can see here use the text method to replace the plain text inside the paragraph element. When you click the button and the old content is completely replaced with the new text. Okay. So now let's just check. So first of all, save this code and correctly run this code. So wait here, and as you can see here, the simple output format. So first, this is the original text content. So when just to click for in this replace text and properly replace for in this output. Okay. So now just click on here, and as you can see, it's correctly changed. This is the new text content replaced using jQuery. Okay. So I hope you understand it in this output. Okay. And the next working another example for replacing HTML content with HTML method. So today, first of all, here you can see is remove this paragraph tag, and here is including is a div tag. Okay, and first in this inside is generating div ID, so this is the div1, and this inside also using the strong tag, and this inside is type this inside. Okay, so first type bold text. Okay, so the old bold text, and this is a button of 2, and here's type the replace HTML. Okay, and then now just going for here in this script tag inside, first using the button of 2 and the click method, and here including for the div of 1, so div1 this ID, and change this text here is including for the HTML, and here you can see is remove this, and today first of all type for is a, you can see starting, and then type for is closing for enumerator en. Okay, and this inside is type the message, so this is a new italic, so italic text inserted. Okay, so here is the correctly used. So you can see in this example used for the .html method, we can insert new HTML content and replace everything inside the target element. Okay, so now here is saving this code and correctly run this code now. So wait, and as you can see here, so the simple old bold text when you click on this replace HTML and see the output and properly print the new italic text inserted. And this example change the bold text into italic text is dynamically. Okay, so I hope you're understanding this output. Okay, and you can try for another different example for replacing an entire element using the replace way. Okay, today here is remove this div tag, and now including here the heading for is 3 heading, and the first apply the heading ID is a heading, and this inside just type this message, so this is a welcome. Okay, and And here is type the replace for heading, and just going for in this script again side, and now use for the button of 3. So now change this button 3 and the click method. So now you can see here, remove this div, and to here type the heading. Okay, and also remove this HTML, including here the replace with. So the replace with, and now including here. So now change this today. First apply here the h2 tag starting and the closing for h2 tag. Okay, this inside here is tag the method. So this is a new replaced. So replaced heading. So here is the correctly using in this heading. So now student, this example in this case use for the dot replace with to completely remove the old heading element and replace it with a new one. And the tag's content and structure are entirely replaced. Okay. So now just save in this code and correctly run this code and just wait here. And as you can see here, the simple message will come, and when you click on this replace heading and properly change, so this is a new replace heading. Okay. So I hope understanding in this simple output. Okay. So you can try for your exploring all element with another using the replace all. Okay. So to this easily create and just remove this heading and now apply for the paragraph tag. Open this paragraph, and first including the paragraph class name is a to replace. This is a to replace, and here is type this is a item of A. Okay, so now you can see just copying this line of code and then paste for the next 2 lines and change for the item. So now the next item is B, and here you can see the another item of C. Okay, and the button used for the same, and now is remove this heading and here is type this all. Okay, and just going for here using this button, and you can see this inside is change this line of code. And today, first of all, here is type this $sign, then parentheses, and then double quotations. And here, first of all, this inside is type for, you can see the div tag is starting and the closing for this div tag. And in this inside is type the message. So this is a replaced, item. Okay, then type out here is a dot the replace all, and in this inside using the double quotations, and then type for here is a to replace. So replace. Okay, so correctly using the to replace. Okay, so now here in this example use for the with replace all, just create a new element and replace all element matching a selector, and here all in this paragraph tag with a class to replace are sorted out a div element containing the new content. Okay, so now it's saving this code and just click on this run icon and just wait it here, and as you can see here in the first is simply print item 1, 2 and 3, and just click on this replace, and here the properly change is called the replace item. Okay, so here is completely done in this tutorial. Student and student perfectly working, and here in this tutorial just to explore the jQuery elements and its useful is different scenario. Okay, so I hope you're understanding in this today's topic. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm going to explore the animations and the effect using the jQuery. So now let's try and use for the create is engaging and the dynamic web pages with the jQuery animations. Okay. So first questions for in this tutorials for why use the jQuery for animations. Okay. So now explain for in this topic. So the animations and effect can make your web page more interactive and the visual appealing. And the jQuery provide for the simple with the powerful methods to create for animation without the here is a needing extensive JavaScript knowledge. Okay. So here I'm provide for the example and create and use the jQuery to create a fade effect on a paragraph. So here I'm used for the fade in and the out effect. So now let's try. So you can see first of all I'm create for here is a simple HTML code. And also doing this body tag inside and create for the heading. And first of all I'm set for the heading is a properly tag. You can see the fade in or out. Okay, so in or out effect. Okay, and just go in the next line of code and you can see here and create for is a button. So I'm just type for you can see here the button and I'm create for the button name is a fade in. And next time create for here is another button is defined for here is just type for so button for you can see here is a fade out. And now set for here the first button ID name used for here is the fade out. So fade out. So first thing feature is a fade out, not fade in. Then change it. So just to properly type of the fade out. And next button I create for here the ID name is a fade in. So is it properly typed? You can see here is fading and change for and insert it for you can see the properly is fading. So it's almost complete for in this HTML code and also here I'm creating simple the paragraph tag. So I'm used for here the ID and ID name is almost always use the text and I'm set for the text for this is the a paragraph. Sorry, that will. Sorry, not correct. It's properly typed as a will. Fade in and out. So fade in and okay, so you can see here the completely create for the this body HTML code, and now just I'm going for in this script code inside. And properly I'm first use for the fade out effect. So you can see first time is this dollar symbol, and then define for the button ID name is a fade out. And now use for here is properly typed as a click in this method and this I'm defined in this function and also create the curly brackets. So now I'm defined for you can see the paragraph ID name is a text. And now I'm create for define in this and just define it's a fade out. Okay, so you can see here the properly create this message and now also create the semicolon. And next step I'm define for it's a another for the fade out this coding. So you can see this one and calling for the button name is a fade in. Then apply for profile you can see in this click method. So here and then create for is a simple in this function. And also create this curly brackets. So in this inside I'm type for is a dollar sign and calling for the ID the text ID the paragraph ID name is the text then apply for its profile in this fade. Okay, so you can see here the properly creating this my code. And you can see this example I am simply create here is the first is the two button. One button is fade out a message and the other button fade in and back in. So now let's see this output. So you can see here the completely created my code and just properly select all and save this code, and also going for here and press for in this run button. So as you can see here, it will properly print for the fade in and the out effect for its heading. And it's open for the two buttons, so first on the fade out and the fade in. And here the message for this is a paragraph that will be fade in and the fade out. Okay. So you can simply click one, it's perfectly fade out, and then click for in, and here is a perfectly stay here. So you can see here proper understanding for it in the simple animation. Okay. And next topic here, I'm also create another topic is cover here and create a slide toggle effect to show and hide a div element. Okay. So now let's try. So first of all, I'm just going for in this HTML code instead of change for in this heading. So now I'm used for here it's a profile I'm remove for in this fade in and out, and here I'm just like it's a slide for toggle effect. And use for the ID button and then change for in this ID name. So first of all, here I'm create the ID name is a toggle button. Toggle for in this button. And change for you can see and create for is a toggle box. Toggle in this box. And remove for in this single in this button. And I'm only use for here it's a div element. So now just remove one, and you can see here I'm create with a simple div. Okay. So first time create here the div ID name is a box, and also I am set for the style. So first time use for the width is 200 pixel. Then also create the height is both for the 200 pixel. Sorry, it's properly create the 200 pixel. And I'll set for here it's a background color. So use the background color, it's a light blue. And next I'll create for here is a set, it's the display for none. Okay. So you can see here the completely creating this HTML code, and now just I'm create for here it's a basic jQuery code. So you can see I'm remove for. So first of all here is the last one in this code, and just here is properly remove it. And also here create the slide toggle effect coding. So I'm first is create the button ID name is a. So just type in set toggle in this button. And I'm use for this click method and define for the div ID is a install the box, and change for in this fade out. Okay. So I'm properly remove this one, and here I'm inserted it's a slide toggle in this method. Okay. So you can see here the properly create in this my code, and here I'm used for the button that toggle the visibility of a div element, and using for here is a slide effect. Okay. So the done properly, and now just I'm just selecting output and properly save this code. And now I'm open for again this browser and just reload now. So as you can see here, it's open for the output of slide toggle effect. So when I press for in this button and see the result, so you can see here that perfectly it's a toggle for this effect. And now just making click one, and here it's a perfectly working in this simple animations. Okay. So you can see here the properly generate, and when I'm just click for in this toggle box, the button is div element slide into view, clicking the button, again hide and the div with a sliding motion. Okay. And this show for here, it's secret the jQuery slides toggle effect can create a smooth border is this transition. Okay. So that's it for the today's tutorial for fade in and fade out, and also for here the slide toggle effect using for industry query. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm explaining for here is the load method in jQuery, and learn for how to use the powerful method to load content from the server and the inject it directly into this web page. So now let's see this example. So first of all, here our create example is a loading a static HTML content in a web page. Okay. So now let's try. So first of all, I am just going for in this here is a HTML inside. So first of all, here I'm defined for it's a HTML code. So now I'm defined for is a heading. So first is the heading, and now just inserted for the heading is a AJAX load method. Okay. So properly type, or you can see the AJAX is a load in this method. Okay, so you can see here is properly create the AJAX load method. And next is we can create for the simple use in this button tag. And here I create the button ID name is a load content. Okay. And now I'm again type it properly. You can see here is a load in this content. And it's a completely create this button. And next time is for here is a simple div element, and properly I am create for the div inside the ID. So ID we will use for here is a simple in this content. Okay, is it done? And now going for here is a script code inside, and first of all I create the basic jQuery code structure. And now I'm defined for first of all it's a in this line it's create for is a dollar symbol, and inserted for properly it's a single quotations, and then type for it's a hashtag, and calling for this ID name is a load this content. Okay. And now we apply for it properly, just type it in this click method, and this enter I'm defined for it's simple this function. And now we use for here is curly brackets. So first of all I'll type this dollar symbol and define for it's the ID name just like it's the content. Okay. And then type for use in this C for here is a load method. And now we use for the file is directly input here. So now I'm just type it say content.html, and now create the semicolon and also the semicolon. And you can see here I'm the jQuery folder inside and create for the simple the content.html file is already created here. And in this example, I'm created properly here. You can see the ID is a load content, and the div with the ID is a content. And when the button is clicked, the load method fetch the content from the current is a content.html insert in the into the content div instead. Okay, so you can see here the properly created a simple code. And now just I am selecting all code and just properly save. And going for here is a press for install button. So I'm just wait here, and as you can see here is a properly see the output. Okay. So you can see here the print for is a simple it's called here the AJAX load method, and create here is the simple in this button. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding in this output. Okay. So is a completely done the first topic, and next topic I am defined for is a loading data with the jQuery parameters. Okay, so now let's try in this example. So you can see first I'm going for in this inside for the this HTML code inside, and I'm changed for first create the AJAX load method with the parameters set for the heading. So I'm type for it's a parameter. Okay, is it properly set for in this parameters, and use for the load not content it's a load data. And again just change this one and type for you can see the button name is a load data. Okay, and use for is a div just name is a remove the content and insert it for here is the data. So the completely create in this HTML code, and now just going for in this jQuery code inside. So first of all, I'm changed for here the button ID name inserted with a load data, and also changed for in this content and inserted for properly this data. And now I'm set for create for is a Another file is a data now used for the PHP files. Okay, and also here I'm create this comma and use for it is curly brackets. This insert, first of all I'm declare the ID. So ID I'm create for the ID is the 1. And secondly I'm define for the type in this code. So type is an example. Okay, so you can see here the grid for in this example. And that's it for in this tutorial. So you can see here I'll create for the button trigger the load method to request the data from in this the data.php. And now in this data.php process the parameter and the return for you can see the data for ID1 and the type is example, and this text will be displayed inside the data. Okay, so now just I'm completely creating this code and first of all just selecting this all code and save this properly. And now open for in this browser and it's perfectly open this browser and just I'm reloading. So as you can see here the properly see the heading for the AJAX load method with the parameter. You can see here the properly created and you can see here and create for the simple this the data dot in PHP file. Okay. So just I'm going for in this enter and we can see here the properly working I'm used for in this method and see the output in the web in this browser. Okay. So that's it for the today's tutorial on load method in jQuery, and here I'm perfectly create the load static content and including for the query parameter in this tutorials. Okay, so this method is a convenient way to dynamically update your web page with the content from the server. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm going to dive into the AJAX with the jQuery. So AJAX is allow you to send and receive data asynchronously without reloading the web page. And here I'm used for in this AJAX and provide for the two important topic example. So first of all, we explain for here the what is AJAX. Okay. So AJAX stands for Asynchronous JavaScript and XAML. It's a technique used to create the dynamic and the fast web page by fetching data from the server in the background. It's a jQuery make the working with AJAX much similar with its built-in methods. So in this tutorial session, I'm first use the jQuery as its method to send a GET request to a server and display the response. Okay, so now let's try in this code. So you can see here I'm already defined for the basic the HTML code structure and now create a simple different code. So first I'm used for here is a heading, just generate here and just I'm create the heading for in this code. This type for is the AJAX GET request. Okay, so you can say properly create in this H1 heading. And now here set for is simple in this button and now create for here the button ID. So now type for the button ID name is the load in this button. Okay, and again type for you can see here it's a load date. It's a complete and now I'm used for it is simple in this div element. So I'm just properly define this div. And first of generate for here is a div ID. So for the div ID name is the content and now the type for the message for you can see here is a content will be so load is here. Okay, so you can see here the properly creating this HTML code. And now I'm going for increase this script tag inside and here I'm create a simple use the get method the server endpoint. So you can see here I'm first is defined for is a dollar symbol and then type for is the calling for here is the ID name. You can see the load button. Properly generate for the load button and use for you can see here in this click method. This inside I'm defined for properly this function. Okay. And now we use for again this one and then define for $dot type it's properly the AJAX. And also create this curly bracket so this inside and stage for in the URL. So stage for the URL is a server and syntax is server dash the endpoint. Okay, so endpoint dot php extension. Okay, is it done? And next is the from define for is a method. So now the state for the method it's called here I'm used for the method it's the so quickly type you can see here is the get method. And next I'm used for is a success. So the success reach for is simply define this function. This is an declare for the simple data and also create this curly brackets. So you can see first of all I'm defining this dollar symbol and then calling for in this hashtag is a content for in this paragraph. And define for you can see here create the HTML. And in this inside I'm define for this data. And this one the next line of code and here I'm create is a you can see that that's it for it's a completely create my code. It's a successfully. So you can see this example and create here is a button that send a get request to server endpoint this PHP and display for the page data inside for in this the div. Okay. So you can see here the properly creating this my code here and now just select in all code and properly save this code and also press for in this run this buttons. Okay. So as we can see here is a properly see the output for here is as a get request and you can see here see the output it's a content will be loaded here. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding is a basic get request. And next topic I'm explain for here it's a use the second example send a post request with some data to the server and display the response. Okay, so now let's try. So first of all, I'm going for in this the HTML insert and create a simple. So now I'll just change for the get. And here I'm inserted is the post request. And now I'll create for the another field I'm defined for. You can see I'm used for its input field. And first of all, here I'm typing the type is a. So type for text. Okay, sorry, is a text. And also defined for the ID. So ID is a name input. Okay, so I'm just type for you can see here is a name input. And now I'm used for here is a placeholder for enter. You can see type for enter your name. For here it's create input field. Okay, and just going for in this the button inside and set for the button name it's a submit button. Generate the submit button and change this one is a loaded data distance and here I'm inserted is properly it's a submit. And also going for here and just change for in this content name and here I'm just type it's a response. Okay, see the type of the response and create the response will be displayed here. So change the content and here I'm type it's a response. Oh, sorry, it's type the response will be loaded here. You can see here the completely create the HTML code. And now I'm applying for here the post method coding for this script for inside. So you can see here I'm create the basically change for is a button name. So now just type properly for the submit button in this click method and change for the URL and now I'm used for the URL it's a so change this endpoint and here I'm type you can see here is a submit.php and now I'm used for here it's a post method and just use for the data is the next line I'm define for this into the data and create these curly brackets this inside and define for it's a name field and then dollar symbol and define for you can see this double quotations and you can see hashtag and type for here is the name in this input. Okay, so name input dot declare is so simple in this value. Okay, and create this comma. So that means it's completely done in this function and change for in this content name. And you can see we inserted for here it's a response. Okay, the total is generated for this response in this HTML data. And you can see here is a query for in this another example. So now to find for you can see when in this example is shown issues for screen use for them use the another options that's create here. So now to find for you can see the function, then apply for its HR, then also here and type its status, then create for in this print for here is error message. Okay. So now reach for and define for in this dollar symbol and type for this double quotations and define for hashtag. It's a this response. Okay, and type for its print for the HTML and its print for the error message. So you can see and type for you can see the error clone and concatenate for in this arrow this method. Okay. We can see here is the properly create my code almost done. So you can see here the use for the post method is properly. So now this topic tutorial and features simply input field and a button. When the button is clicked, the post request is sent to the submit.php and the same enter the input field. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding in this example and now just simply open this code. Okay. So just saving this code and just open this browser and just reload now. And you can see here is a query for the AJAX post request and enter your name field and submit. The response will be so now just enter for the name is the every city. And you can see here I'm create the submit and you can see the error because I'm not properly defined here. Okay. So the completely working for this post request method. So that's it for the today's tutorial topic for you can see here in this jQuery AJAX method. So I hope you have an understanding in this topic. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another new tutorial topic. So today I'm explaining for is going to explore the jQuery plugins and the UI components. And the jQuery plugins are the reusable pieces of code that provide specific functionality, and while for the UI components help you create interactive elements. So first of all, I'm explaining for here is what are the jQuery plugins and the UI components. So in this, the jQuery plugins are the custom function that extend the jQuery capabilities, and they allow you to add a specific feature to your project easily. And UI components, on the other hand, are pre-built elements that enhance the user interface, making it more interactive and visual appealing. So in this session, I'll first create the example for use the jQuery for UI library to create a date picker, which is the popular UI components. So you can see here I'm create for in this the another this theme for and now inserted for is a two link and provide for here. So first one the CDN and secondly I'm provide for the in this UI CDN. Okay. So now let's just starting for this example. So first of all I'm going for and create the simple HTML code for in this body tag inside. So just I'm going for here. And you can see first of all type for heading. And now just type for the heading is a jQuery for UI for here is a date picker. Okay. So you can see here properly set for the date picker. And now I'm using here is the use in this input field. And in this input is inside first and create type is a text. And also we have set for its ID. So define for the ID is a date picker. Okay, down the date picker and also here and type as a placeholder. Just in type for you can see here and type is a select a date. Okay, you can see here is completely done. And now just going for in this inside for the jQuery code inside, and first of all here I'm defined for in this ID. So first of all I'm created all this symbol and then hashtag define the hashtag and create here is the properly it's a date picker. Okay, it's a date picker. And then type is properly used. You can see here it's a date and type for is properly, you can see here it's a date picker. It's properly inserted in this method. So that's it for this in this simple tutorials topic. And here I'm including for here is a jQuery and a jQuery UI libraries and used to here it's a in this date picker method to make an input field display date picker when clicked. Okay. So here is a completely creating the simple code, and now just I'm properly saving this output and also going for here and press for in this terminals. This run buttons. So I'm with here and you can see here it's the properly print this one. So now just a simple is the fixed site. Okay. So you can see here is the first heading for jQuery UI date picker and then selected date. You can see here it's the current date for the 7, and now just I am select for in this randomly select for the date of the 15, and you can see here the properly select in this input field is properly working. Okay, so here is a completely done for the jQuery UI. This company's for is a date picker is completely done. And next example here I'm also create for the another example is here, and now I'm used for it's a sleek carousel plugin in create a responsive image slider. Okay, so now let's try. So you can see first of all I'm removed in this code. And just let's try simple in this code here. And first of all here I may add for the sum in this search file and also for the link, and here you just easily search for the Google and completely you use for the bootstrap, and then here in properly create for in this example. Okay, so in this tutorial I'm just paste for here is a use the Sleek carousel and the CDN, and also here I'm used for the JS11 npm sticks carousel and user is properly. So now just I am remove in this code and perfectly and paste for in this one. Okay, so here is a completely I am just copy for the perfectly the Google search and see use for in this source file and also for in these two links. Okay, and here it's a CDN for in the jQuery program. And now I'm just going for first of all in this HTML coding inside and just change for in this input field. Just remove now. And you can see first of all I'm going for in this the div inside and change for in this the UI data date picker. And now insert it for properly tag with the click, and here is the carousel. So is it done is perfect. And now just going the next step, and here I'm used for the simple the div element. So properly type in this div element, and here I'm set for the div class name. So use the class name, it says slider. Okay, and also going in this next line, so first I'm define it says simple div, and div inside I'm create here is the image input and then define for properly. So first in this inference type is this source. Source for first time you can see here I'm already created for it's a another for the image folder, and first time generate for it's a image folder, and now choose for the first time is for the carousel in this first image. Okay, and then also here I'm type is the alter. So set for the alter is a slide. Okay, so slide for 1. Okay, it's done. And now in this session I'm just copying this line of code and paste for here is the next 2 line, and I'll change for in this image. So first of all here I'm used for is the image, then use for the second image and change for in this slide is 2. And again I'm change for in this next image for use for the carousel is 3 this image and change for the slide number of 3. So you can see here the purple inserted for the slide carousel, and now just I'm going for in the jQuery code set. So first of all here and create it's a define for is a simply create for this dollar symbol, and in this inside I'm type for the single quotations dot type is a slider dot use for SLICK in this slate. Okay, and now I'll create here, and here I'm just use for in the select this method, and just going for in this inside I'm create this curly bracket. So first of all here I'm type, you can see here is a auto play. Okay, so first of all here I'm type is say auto play in this method, and then use the statement is say true. Okay, and just when the next line of code and here I'm type is properly the auto play is free, so auto play, and then type is a speed, and then define here is a 2000 millisecond, and also then type is a properly dots it's a true. So that's it for the tools tutorial is completely done, and then here I'm create for the simple carousel, and now I'm properly in this just save in this all code, and just let me run this code now. So open in this browser and just reload now. Okay, so you can see here the properly see the output. So first is a perfectly carousel is starting. So now just look for, and you can see here is the first one click the dot. Okay, so here is a use for is it properly this image, and second I'm used for the second picture. So the perfectly see, and also for the third picture here it's a you can see it's a completely working it's a print for the click carousel. Okay, so I hope you understanding in this tutorial's topic, and here I'm properly uses for in this carousel this slider. So that's it for the today's tutorial, and then thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today we explain here is the image slider. So in this image slider are a great way to display the multiple images in a limited space on your web page. So now let's see. So first of all, I'm create an image slider with a jQuery. So an image slider is a component that allow user to cycle through a series of image, and use for is like casual plugin, which is the popular and the easy to use the jQuery plugin for creating the responsive slider. So now let's try, and here I'm create for the interactive image slider. So you can see here insert for the on small link and the search, and now just create for simply. So first of all I'm going for in this HTML insert and create for the simple code. So first of all, I'm define for, you can see the H1 heading, and then just I'm type for the heading is a image slider. And now just next step, and here I'm create a simple div element, and create for here the div class name is a slider. And just when the next line, and here I'm define for is a simple div element. Okay. So in this inside I'm create for here is the image tag, and then first I'm define for the some image. So use for the source and just choose for the folder is the image, and now I'm use for the image 1. Okay, and is a completely create and define for it's a just use for is the alter. So that alter is a slide 1. Okay, is done for this image here. And first of all, I'm copying this code, and now paste for here the next 3 lines. And here I'm used for the total 4 images. So now change for in this image is a 2, and sorry is the now properly inserted for here. So first time type is say image is a 2, and then again change sorry it's not now, so it's the next step, and here I'm change create the another inserted image here, So now choose for image is a 3. And fourth step here I'm defined for the declare the another image, use the image of 4. Okay, this is completely created. Now just change for the slide number. So first of the slide is 1 and second 2 and third 3 and here is a fourth non slide. This is completely great for in this. Here is HTML code. And now great for here is a properly the JavaScript jQuery code. So you can see I'm just going for in this next for this line and just going this next step. Okay, so first of all here I'm declare it's a script tag. So just define this script. So in this inside I'm create the basic document structure dot apply in this ready method and in this inside I'm define for as a simple function and also this one. And here I'm simply create this symbol and then define for its slider and use for its properly type is a SLI CK in this click this method. Okay, is properly done in this code. And next step here I'm set for is a style code. So just first to define the style element. And first of all here I'm used for the CSS properties. So first of all here I'm defined it's a dot then slider. Okay, and create this curly bracket. So first of all here I'm set for the in this image width is a 80% and also set here the margin is a 0 for auto. And secondly I'm defined for again dot type is a slider dot and also this image and create this curly brackets. So now set for the width is a 100 module and next time set for properly the height is a auto. So you can see here the properly create a simple image slider and in this image slider is the including the here is a in this click carousel here is a carousel CSS and the JavaScript file. And in initialize the slider using for you can see here and just properly the select method and the image will slide automatically. So now let's see in action. So you can see here the first time create the script code, then style the CSS code, and here also for in the image code. Okay. So in this the HTML code, and now it's perfectly created this example. And now just properly select all and save this code. Okay. And now also press for here in this run and then press for this start debugging. So you can see here the properly see the output. First is the heading for the image slider and now just is a and just click for the second. So just going the next one. So you can see here the perfectly changed for in this image. And here I'm used for the total 4 images. So you can see first one is the first one, second image, third image, and the fourth image. It's a perfectly create the interactive image slider. Okay. So here I'm properly creating this example is done. So that's it for the today's tutorial. And here I'm perfectly create the image slider using the jQuery and the sleek carousel plugin. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today create here and explore for the from validation and the submission using the jQuery. So in this the validation from input and the handle from submission is effectively with the jQuery programming. So in this tutorials, I'm create the both the from validation and the submission process. So you can see here the example is validating a form with the required field and the email format. Okay. So now let's try. So first of all, I'm just going for in this body tag inside and create for the simple from information. So first I'm create here is a simple heading. Okay. And then in create for the head from here it's a from validation. Okay, so first time type the from validation and the submission. Okay, you can see here we properly define the from validation and the submission it's the heading. And in this next line, I'm defined for here is a simple from element. So you can send tags properly, and then inside the first one create here is the from ID. Okay, so set for the ID name it's a my from, and in this inside I'm create for so first time type it's a level. So level defined for here is the name, and in this inside I'm create for it's a name field. Okay, and next step I'm create here is the input field. So I'm just type, you can see here in this input, and input is a text, and then I'm apply for here the input ID it's a name, and secondly here defined for here is a name field is both here is a name. Okay, so now in creature it is simply defined it's a BR tag is create for the proper the new line. And now in creature it is span, and this inside and create for it is simple class. So class name in creature is the arrow, and then also we are defined for the ID name is create the name arrow. So it's a proper click create in this pane and the star. And also going here, I'm just create for you can see defined for it's a complete in this BR tag. So the perfect and now defined for again the another just level is create here. So level is for and now in use for here is input field, and again inserted for it's the it's the email field is done. And just when the next line is step, and here I'm use for in this input. So in this input and this first one that it's not text, it's the email. And secondly, I'm defined for the ID is both for in this email, and here I'm provide for the name field is also for in this email. And now in create it generate here is properly this BR tag. And now I'm create here again in this span, and this inside I'm create here the class name like a email, and for the ID, so I use the ID name it's the email error. So you can see here the proper unit for in this email error. And next is we have create the simple use in this button tag. So sorry, here is a button tag, and create for first of all I'm type as a button type is a submit. Okay, and this inside I'm just again type in this for is a submit. So you can see here the properly created in this submit, and now I'm just going for in this script code inside. Okay, so you can see first of all I'm going just scroll down in this code, and here I'm create for the simple script code. So you can see first of all I'm going for in this line and define for this dollar symbol, and then type for is a single quotations for hashtag, and define for it's a my from the ID. And also here type is a submit. This inside I'm create for here again the function, and then parentheses, so it's the event. Okay, it's done for the event, and now create is the another display brackets. So first of all, I'm type for event dot use for you can see here is a prevent. So is a prevent default. In this method, its line is print for the default prevent the default from the submission. Okay. And now just next line is defined for here is a late for is valid. This reason for is valid is equal to it's a to the sprint. And now create here is a clear the previous error. So first of all, here I'm use this dollar symbol, and then type this parentheses and also the single quotation inside and type for you can see here is print the error. And now also type you can see here the text this field, and use this only the single quotations now. And now next thing is for here it's a validate name. So you can see here I'm just define for the if statement. So now let's try is a if, and then type for is a parenthesis, then also the dollar symbol, and then again parenthesis, and define for here the field is a name field, and then type for you can see the validation this method, and also here I'm type it's a this string. So use the trim this method and is equal to if only this parenthesis. And then quotations, and here I'm just again define this dollar symbol and then type for it's the name. Okay, so name is arrow this field, and now also type here you can see the text field and this inherent text for here is a this time type for you can see name is higher is a record. Okay, so done this line of code. And now I'm used for here is valid this method is equal to print for your false method. So the completely create in this name field, and now create here is the email field. So first of all here type is a constructor. Define the constructor for its say email and is equal to define this dollar symbol, and this inside I am declare for properly in this email dot type for here it's a value this validations dot use for here is a trim in this method now. And if system create again in this construction and type for you can see here it's a email for it's a pattern. So first time type the email and then type for it's a pattern. So PATTERN is correct and then is equal to. So now test for this code is the email pattern. And if system defined for here is properly this is a statement, and in the same side I'm create for is the email and is equal to only use for the single quotations and use for in this all symbol and this not for it's the email pattern dot type where you can see the text and this inherent defined for in this simple email. And next step I'm creating this curly bracket. So first of all here I'm type is say the dollar symbol and then define for in this email arrow. So you can see I'm type for it's the email this arrow and type for profile in this text method. So now I'm type for the text is a valid. Okay, so valid email is record. Okay, with the done code, and now I'm create here is a semicolon. Sorry, it's not now. Okay, it's perfectly great this semicolon. And just the next line and here on type, you can see here is valid method. It's the begin print of response. Okay, so here is a correctly created, and now just on this scroll down, and now here I'm defined for is valid method. So in this curly brackets outside, and first of all type for here it's the if statement, and this instead of defined for the is valid this method and also create this curly brackets. So now I'm use for here the alert message for. So first of all create this parentheses and here I'm type for is a from for the submitted successfully. Submitted for successfully. Okay, is almost in this code is completely done, and now create for here is a proper is a semicolon. And here I'm also used for is a style code. So just I'm going for in this top of the code, and in this script next line I'm defined for is a properly is a style tag, and this inside of create for. So first of all I'm used for is a proper dot in this arrow and create this curly bracket. So this inside first of all I'm type the color. So arrow color is a red. So that's it. It's completely defined for this is the style code. So you can see in this example I am create here it's a simple form with name and the email field, and when the form is submitted and the jQuery performed is validation check. Okay, so you can see here the properly create in my simple code. And now just select all and set this code, and just also going and press for this run buttons. And I'm going to wait here. So as you can see here the properly the from structure. So first with the heading the from validation and the submission. So in this inside, first of all, type for is the so first of all, type for name is the ABCD, and set for the email for abcd for just type for email. Okay, so properly type it's gmail.com. Okay, so you can say perfect. Then I'll just click for the submit, and you can see here the alert message for the form submitted is successfully. Okay, so this example is completely done, and here I'm properly create the form validation and the submission. So that's it for the today's tutorial. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's new starting journey. So today we're starting for the TypeScript code. Okay, so here I am just setting up for the TypeScript environment development. And I think you are new to TypeScript or just need a refresher, so this quick guide will get you up and running. It's no time. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all, here I'm just in this open for the browser, and here I'm just search for is a here I'm search. You can see here is a download for the TypeScript. Okay. So first of all, I'm search. I'm just going for is the first link for how to set up the TypeScript. Okay. So just click on here, open the new page. So you can see here the properly is the type for is the download for npm. We can see here is a type for is a npm is a download. So down is a perfectly is a download. So you can open for the new one and suggest is download for node.js. Okay. So you can hear it properly download for in this npm, and next you open is download for just open this one, and you can see here is a properly download for is the latest in this version. Okay, so when a computer is completely download for numpy, and we're just going for in this download for TypeScript in this page inside, and you can see here is a create for the basic structure. Sorry, is a command, and you use for in this command and properly download or install for this TypeScript for your computer. Okay, so now it's perfect, and just I'm open for is a VS Code. So just going for here, and perfectly type is a VS Code, and just open for here is a new window. Okay, so just properly open here, and then I'm open for here is a open in new folder. So just I'm open this folder, and I'm choose for here is a local disk D. And in the same time, I'm choose for here is a in this program folder. I'm just selecting this folder. So perfectly open. And in this folder inside, I'm create for here is a new file. So you can say type for is a hello world. Okay. So hello world dot ts. Okay. And press for enter. So you can see here the properly open for in this new folder. And now I'm create for here is a simple in this file a simple program. You can see here. First of all, I'm type for it's a constant, and then type is a greeting. Okay, and then type is a string type, and is equal to so type for the message for. So first of all, I'm type for is a hello TypeScript. It's properly type the TypeScript, and just going for is the next, and then for the second one. And when type is a console.log method, and now I'm print for only in this greeting. Okay, so you can see here the properly generated, and now just saving this code and just open for in this code with a new terminal. Okay, so here it is simply creating this program. And now I'm create for here define for the simple command. Okay, so first of all here your computer is completely installed the Node.js, and now just check for this Node.js. So you can see first of all I'm type for it's saying node space double dash it's the version, and press for enter. So you can see here I'm used for is a node version for 21.5.0. And now check for here is the npm, then double dash is the version and press for the enter. So you can see here I'm used for the 10, 2 and 4. It's perfectly working. And now install for the npm install -j. So first of all I'll type for npm, then type it in install, and then space, then G, and then type for here is a TypeScript. SCRIPT is done, and just press enter. So I'm just waiting, it's starting for the installing, and just wait for here is a few seconds, and then properly use this one. Okay, so it's just starting and completely download for in this package. Okay, so I'm wait here, and when this package is completely installed, and I'll just wait for the second command. Okay, so wait here. So you can see here the properly complete install in this numpy, and just check one. So here I'm type for is a tsc double dash use for here is the version. And now press sorry, I'm just mistakenly typed. So tsc then double dash is properly typed. You can see here the version, and you can see here they perfectly show the version is 55.4. Okay, so you can see here the completely done, and now I am check for in this code. Okay, so properly, so I'm just open for here another new one. So just open here and then type firstly is it tsc, then the folder file name is a hello world. Okay, so hello world dot ts. Okay, and press for the enter. Okay, so you can see here the proper open the another command. So now just type for here is a node, then also type for here is a hello world dot js. Okay, and press for the enter, and just wait, and you can see here it properly show the output for hello TypeScript. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding. And in this session, I'm completely define and just set up for the TypeScript environment, written some basic and this one basic code. So I hope you properly install and set up for your computer in this TypeScript. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our today's new tutorial journey. So today I'm starting for the TypeScript program. Okay, so today I'm properly the basic of TypeScript, create the syntax and the type this topic. And in this TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript, is providing us with a strong typing, and which help is catch the error early in the development process. Okay, and this session I'm explore the basic syntax and the cover the example and show the define and the use the typing TypeScript. Okay, so you can see here I'm first a simple introduction for this TypeScript. So the TypeScript introduces a static type system to JavaScript. This means you can explicitly declare variable type which can help prevent bugs. So now let's cover the some basic example. So you can say first of all I'll create the basic variable declarations. Okay. So in the TypeScript just use for the late or the construct for the variable declaration is similar to JavaScript. So now let's get started. So you can see here I'm properly open is a Visual Code Studio, and here I'm already created for the TypeScript folder, and in this inside I'm create for here is a hello world.ts file. Okay, so ts for the extension for the TypeScript. Okay, so now let's create for into the variable code example. Okay, so now first of all here I'm defined it's a late, it's a variable, and the variable name just like here is a message. Okay, and now the variable is a string type and is equal to the create for the string message. So you can see first one type for here is the type script. Okay, SCRIPT. Okay, it's done the TypeScript. And next is to define is the count for number type is provide here. It's the count and create this clone. and the count is a number type. A noun is a number string. And next time use for the another variable just in type for is active this variable. So it's a Boolean type. So you can same type of Boolean and is equal to use for the expression is a true. True. Okay, so done this properly. And now just I am running this code. So just show the output in the console. So just type output function is a console.log, and in this insert first of all I'm declare here it's a message. It is string type. Next time use for the again this console did this log, and then now define for here it's a number type value screen, so you can see. And also here I'm defined for, so you can see, I'm sorry, it's a not number, it's a count. Okay, so you can see here the properly the count, and then again use this console.log method, and this incident typo here is active in this variable. Okay, so you can see here the properly create the three variable message count and the active, and notice for is explicitly defined their type of the string, number, and the boolean is respectively. This ensure that only values of this type can be assigned to this variable. Okay, so you can see first of all I'm select all and save this code, and just I'm running this code. So first of all I'm just click for this terminal and open for the new terminal. Okay, so you can see here I'm type for the command. So first I'm type the TSC is a TypeScript, and now you can see here I'm just type for in this file name. So here I'm type the properly the hello world. Okay, so hello world.ts file. Just press the enter. It's open for the another new command line. So now type for here is a note. Then also type for the hello.js. Okay, sorry, is a hello world. So hello world.js, and press for the enter. So as you can see here, it will properly show the output. So first you print the string type, the hello TypeScript, the number is string, and the boolean is true. Okay, so you can see here the proper understanding. Okay, so now just remove this. Okay, so also I'm going for here is to create the another type and define. So here I'm create the array and the object types. Okay, so in the array and object type in the TypeScript, just like the primitive types, you can define the types for array and the object properties. Okay, so you can see first of all I'm remove in this all code. Okay, and now define for, so you can see first of all I'm type the variable it's a numbers. Okay, and create this clone, and it's a number type. So now use for this empty square bracket, and this inside we set for the element for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and next time use for the another variable name is a person, and now define for here the person information. So first of all the curly brackets. This inside we define for here the name field name is a string type. And again, define for the age column is inserted here. The age is a number and is equal to. So I'm again created this one, and in this incident define for the name insert. So now I'm apply for is a name for Zohan. And second I'm declare for here the age is inserted for the 30. Okay, so you can see here is almost complete, and now I'm just type for the output function. Here I'm use is a console dot the log method, and this incident properly type is a numbers, and secondly I'm again use in this console dot the log method, and in this instance defined for is a person. Okay, so you can see here that properly create the array of numbers, and the person is an object with the two properties, the name of the type is a string and the age of type is a number. And in this TypeScript is enforce this type, providing the better type safely during the development. Okay, so you can see the completely done. Now just I'm properly saving this code, and just I'm running this code. Open here the new terminal. Okay, so you can see first of all I'm type for the TSC, then the folder or file name is a hello world. So hello world.ts, and press for the enter. So it's open for the another command line. So now here I'm typing node, then also type for hello world. Okay, so hello world.ts, and press for enter. So you can see here the properly print for the array is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and here is object for the name is Zohan and age is 30. Okay. So I hope you proper understanding in this output. So here I'm also defined for the another example. Just cover here. I'm just use the function parameter with the return types. Okay. So this is a particular useful for preventing bugs related to incorrect arguments being processed to function. Okay. So now let's try. So you can see first of all I am removed in this all code. Okay. So here I am first of all defined is a function name is a cat. And first of all here I am used for the A is the number type. And again type of before is a again the number type, and also I'm create this one and define for it is simple this number and use this curly brackets. Okay. So this inside of properly the return statement for A for additional is B. So now just in this function outside and it will define for the variable the sum. The sum is a number type and is equal to calling for this add method and inserted for the values 5 and 10. Okay. And now I'm used for here is say console.log method. And now I'm properly print in the sum variable. Okay. So you can see here the properly define the function parameter with return type value. So you can see I'm just select again in this code. And here I'm just again going and type for, you can see here is a TSC, then the file name for hello world. So hello world.ts and press for enter. So it's properly open for the another command line and then type for here is a note. Then again type for hello world.ts and press for the enter. So we can see here the properly see the output is 15. Okay. So here is a completely done in this 3 examples. So that's it for the today's tutorial, the basic overview of JavaScript syntax and the type. Okay. So by explicitly defining types in your code, you can catch the error early and leading to more robust and maintainable applications. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm going to dive into an essential aspect of the TypeScript. So type annotations and the interface, and understanding this concept will help you write the simpler and the more readable code. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all here I'm explaining for the TypeScript. So in TypeScript the types are essential part of the language and helping to catch error early. And you can explicitly define for the types using the annotations, or you can let TypeScript for infer them is automatically. So now let's see how both of these work. Okay, so first of all here I'm create explicit type annotations. So in this means you tell the TypeScript exactly what type of variable should be. Okay, so now here I'm just create a simple example. So you can say first time define the variable name is a user name. Okay. And we define user name is a string type and is equal to inserted for the name is the Alice. Okay. And just on the next line and define for the another variable name is a age. So age is a number type and inserted for the number is 25. And also type is a late and also type for here is the member. You can see the member is a Boolean type inserted here. It's a true. Okay. You can see here the properly done, and now just use for the output functions. You can see here and this type is a console.log method, and this instead of print for the username. And secondly, I'm again use this console.log method. So now I'm print for here. It's a sorry, define is a age type. And again use for here the console and then type is a copy log, and this incident defined for here the is member in this variable. So you can see here is explicitly defining the types of username, age, and is number. So its member is string number and the boolean is respectively. And this call the type annotation is help the TypeScript enforce that this variable always hold the values of the specified type. Okay. So now just properly saving this code and let me run this code now. So first of all, I'm open for here the new terminal and just insert it for the some command. So first of all, I'm type the TSC and then type for hello world dot ts and press for enter. So I'm just wait here, and you can see here it's properly create another command line like the node, then also then type for hello world. Okay, so hello world dot js, then press for the enter. So you can see here it's properly print for the alice is a string type, is a number type is a 25, and the boolean type is a true. Okay, so here is completely done this example. And I was just going for another topic. I'm just explaining here. So now create for here is a type interface. Okay, so you can see here. So first of all, I'm create is a another example and create the type interface. So type interface, this TypeScript is smart enough to interpret the type of a variable based on the value you assign to it, and even you don't explicitly specify the type. Okay, so now let's try. So here I'm create the infrared at the string created. So you can see I'm just again remove for in all code. Okay, so first one define for here is a late and type for is a city. Okay, so and is equal to define for the city name is a New York. Okay, so New York is properly done. And next to define for the another variable name is the score. Okay, so define for the score is a 100. So properly type is 100. And next time type for here again the variable defined for is logged in. Okay, so is logged in and is equal to type for here the condition is a false. Okay, so first is line is create the inferred as a string, secondly the inferred as number, and the third in this line is the inferred as boolean type. So also in the next line of code, and first of all here type is a console dot the log method, and this inside I'm defined for the city. And next time we can use this console dot the log method, and now I'm print for here the score. And thirdly, open for the again in this console.log method, and this insert I'm declare for the variable name for is logged in. Okay, so you can see here in this example and create for properly. Just define for here is a this type of the city is score and the login, and the type is to the inferred. They are the type first on the string, second one the number, and third in the boolean based on the initial values. And this type of interface and it helps keep your code concise while still providing type safely. Okay, so you can see here it's done. And now just I'm selecting all of it and just save this code. And also going for here and press for in this terminal, oh sorry, I'm just going for here is properly type. The first time type the command is a TSC, then also type for hello world. Okay, so hello world dot ts and press for the enter. So you can see here is a properly I'm not defined for TSE, now it's a TSC. So TSC, then type is properly the hello world. Okay, hello world dot ts and press for the enter. So I'm just wait here and you can see here the properly open the another command line. So you can see here and then type for insane node, then also type for hello world. Okay, so hello world dot js and press for the enter. So as you can see here is a properly see first is the print for the New York, and the number for is a 100 is score, and the last is print for the is logged in for is a false. Okay, so you can see here I'm properly create in this example is covering. So that's it for the tutorial is completely done, and here I'm create the type annotations and the interface in JavaScript. Okay, so understanding how and when to use this feature, and you can write the code that's both safe and easy to maintain. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today we explore for one of the most powerful feature of TypeScript like interface and classes. So understanding this concept will help you design the more structured and the scalable implementation. So now let's get started. So first of all, I'm explaining for here the interface in the classes of the TypeScript. So TypeScript adds a lot of powerful feature to JavaScript, including the interface and the classes. The interface allows you to define the shape of an object, while classes provide a blueprint for creating objects. So now let's get started and create. So first of all, here the example of defining and implementing the interface. Okay. So an interface is like a contract that ensure a class meets certain the criteria. Okay. So first of all, I'm defining for here the interface. So it's type the interface and the name is a just user and create this curly brackets. So sorry, is there not this single quotations, only this one. So first of all here and type it's a name field. So name is inserted, the name is a string type. And second I'm defined for the age, so age is a number type. And third I'm used for here the is member. So you can see the is member is a boolean type. Okay, so you can see here the properly create. And now we just go outside and create for here define the class. The class name is a member and implementation for this user. Okay. And now create this curly bracket. So this inside I'm defined for again inserted for here the name. So the name is a string type. And secondly here I'm create for is the properly the age. So age is a number type. And also I'm type for is member is a boolean type. Okay. And now I'm create for here is a constructor. And then is properly defined for here it's a it's not now, so it's a name. So name is a string type. And again defined for the properly the age is a number, is a number type. So you can see here the properly the number and also I'm type for is member. Then this member, this variable, it's a just type for here it's a boolean type. Okay, so you can see here completely. And now create for here in this curly brackets. Okay, so now in this inside I'm type for this function, this dot defined for here the name is equal to again for the variable is the name. And again just follow for in this rule, so just define for this age. And thirdly, here I'm used for in this function dot type for the is member and is equal to type for in this is member. Okay, so here is the properly created, and in this outside I'm create for the another method name is a display info. Okay, and create this curly bracket is parenthesis and define for it's a void type this method. And I'll just go in the next line and type for here is a console.log method. And first of all here I'm use for this symbol and then create the dollar symbol and also create it in this curly bracket. So first I'm define for here this dot, it's a name field and is used for again then type for this curly brackets and then type for this dot declare for this age column and then type for here the properly the years old. Okay, and also create for here is and is and use this dollar symbol and this inside this curly brackets and type for here is properly this dot use for is member and use this question mark. And now I'm create for here is this single quotations, let's type the only the single quotations and create this clone. And now I'm create for here is the define is properly. So you can see I'm just type for is a clone and then single quotation again I'm just type for here is a not and here I'm create for is a member. Okay, so you can see here is properly almost created and now create the semicolon. And also I'm going for in this next line of code, so just I'm going for here. Okay, and in this outside I'm create for calling the constructor. So you can see here properly create the constructor and then type for here the user1 and is equal to type for here is the properly in this new. Okay, sorry, it's not now. So I'm just only type for the new, the member. Okay, so new member, and this inside I'm the type of the new member name is a Jenny, and the member age is 30, and also I'm used for the Boolean expression. Is it true? Okay, and just the next line of create and define for here is a user. So just type for user one dot type is a display information in this method. Okay, so you can see here the properly create my code is a interface with classes, and here I'm properly defined, and the interface name is a user with the three properties. Just type for his name is and is member. And the member class, you can see here the member class is implement this interface, ensuring it has the properties and the methods defined in the user. And next time create for here is a display info. In this method, then output a message using the values is provided by the class. Okay, so you can see here the properly create in my code, and now just I am properly select all and set this code. Okay, and also just running this code and just open for in this new terminal, and I am inserted for the two command lines. So first time type for here tsc, then the file name is a hello world. Okay, so hello world dot ts, and press for the enter. So open for the another new command, and now where I'm type for is a node, then the file name is a hello world. Okay, so hello world.js, and press for the enter. So you can see here the properly print for the output for Jenny is 30 years old and is a member. Okay, so I hope you proper understanding in this output. So now that's it for the today's tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm perfectly overview of interface and the classes in TypeScript. By mastering this concept, you can design in the robust and the maintainable applications. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our curious another tutorial topic. So today I'm exploring for how to organize your TypeScript code using the modules and the namespace. And understanding this concept will help you manage the larger code base and avoid name collisions. Okay, so now let's get started. So first of all, explain for here the modules, the namespace in TypeScript. Okay, so TypeScript is provide for the two primary way to organize and structure your code. So first one, the modulus and the namespace. So modulus allow you to split your code into the separate file, and the reusable code access is different part of your applications. And while the namespace help you organize the code within a single file or access the multiple files. Okay. So first of all, I'm defining using the modulus in TypeScript, and then let's see for is a create the modulus and import it into the another file. Okay. So you can see here I'm first use for is a helloworld.ts. In this inside I'm just export. So just use the export is a function, and the function name is a add, and this inside I'm defined for x is clone, it's a number type. And second, I'm defined for, user secondly is defined the y. The y is also is a number types. Okay. And I'll just create clone and again define for this number and use this value brackets. Okay. So in this instance, I'm trying to return a statement for x and additional operator for y. So is it completely, and now I'm going for the next line of code, and I'm again just declare the export for create the another function. Name is subtract. Okay, it is subtract and create for x, and then create it's a number type again. It's a only the number, and again create for the y is clone. The y is also here is a number type, and just create clone and define for here in this number, and also created this kind of graphics. Okay, so in this inside again use for here is a return, and then define for x and subtraction for y. Okay, so you can see here the properly creating this code, And just I'm going for the next file is creature. So you can see I'm just create for it's a just going for in this TypeScript insert, and now create for another new file. Name is a main dot ts. Okay, so it's open. So first of all, in this code, so this code I am just going here is a create, and now just going the main dot ts inside. Okay, so here first of all I am import. So you can see the import for type is a you can same type is the curly brackets. So this ends and I'm different for the add, and also here type is a subtract. Okay, so subtract, and then also here I'm type it's a from. Okay, so from is create the single quotations, and in this inside first I'm defined for the dot and the forward slash, and it's create for the file name. It's a type for you can see the hello world dot ts. Okay, so it's properly done, and now create the semicolon. And in this next line of code I'm defined for here is a console dot the log method, and now I am creating this inside to define the add method, and now inserted for the value. So first one is the 5 and 3, x value for 5 and the y value for 3, and now again using this console dot the log method, and this insert I'm type for is a subtract. Okay, and then inserted for the values 5 and the 3. Okay, so you can see here is a completely done. So you can see here I'm create for simply defined for it's a the module for create in this hello world.ts by exporting the two function add and the subtract, and you can see here it's a and in this hello world is great for here. Imported this function and use them directly, and this is how you can split your code into the reusable module. Okay, so you can see here is a just going for, and it's a properly just defined for and saving this code, and is a completely working for in the just save and then terminal and define and just insert it for the sum comment. Okay, so I hope you're perfectly understanding in this model. So now just I am not defining here, so just I am remove and don't save here, and just I'm going for the next topic just cover here. Okay, so you can say first of all I am create here. It's the another topic is a creating and using the namespace. Okay, so unlike the modulus, the namespace is typically used to organize code within a single file or access the multiple files without it for importing and exporting. Okay, so now let's create this. So you can see first of all here I'm just doing this one, and then type it's a namespace, and the namespace name is a geometry. Okay, so geometry is a geometry, and create this curly brackets. So in this inside we'll type for the export function. So function name is a calculate area, and in this envelope defined for here is a properly okay, so width is a number type, and second type here is a height is also for it's a number type. And now I'll create this clone, and you can define for this number use in the simple curly brackets. Okay, so in this instance type for here is a return statement. First I'm defined for the width and the multiplication sign inserted for in this height. Okay, so is it done? And just going for in this the next step. So here I'm create for the another export file for export the function. The function name is a calculate parameter. So calculate the parameter. So is a type of properly parameter, and this in this instance of width. Width is a number type, and also him defined for here is height is also for here is a number type. Okay, and now in this also create this one, and again define for the simple number and use this kind of brackets. So now it means for here is a return, and then for the creations for 2, And the multiplication sign, we define this parenthesis inside and type for width and the additional operator, and also we are typing the height. Okay, we can see here the properly created in this function, and now I'll type for is the console dot the log method and print for in this input. So first of all, I'm define for your geometry dot type for here is a calculate area, and I'm inserted for the value is a 10 and 20. Okay, and next is that I'm again in this console dot the log method, and now I'm print for again here is a geometry dot inserted for here is a calculate the parameter, and inserted for the same value is a 10 and 20. Okay, so you can see here the completely created in this code, and here I am properly created here is a geometry namespace that contains here is a two function. First one then calculate area, and second one here the calculate the parameter. And then existing this function using here is properly in the geometry the namespace prefix, and this helps to avoid the name collisions in your code and keep related functions is together. Okay, so here the properly create, and now just select all and set this code, and also can find here is a new terminal. Okay, so here I'm type of the command. So first I'm type of TSC, then the file name is a hello world. Okay, the hello world dot ts, and press for enter. So I'm just wait here, and it's open for the another command line, and now I'm type for here is a node, then also type for here is a hello world. Okay, so hello world dot ts, and press for the enter. So as you can see here, the properly print for the calculate area result is 200, and the calculate parameter result is 60. Okay, so here is the completely done for understood tutorial. So that's it, and here I'm properly cover and overview of the modules and the namespace in TypeScript. Okay, so by mastering this concept, you can structure your code more effectively, making it easier to maintain and extend. Okay, so I hope you understanding properly. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm defining for the essential concept in JavaScript the TypeScript like the generics. So generics allow you to write the flexible and reusable code by creating components that can work with a variety of data types. So here I'm explaining for the generic in TypeScript. So generics in the TypeScript is provide a way to create a components that are not tied to a specific type. And this means you can write the code that is more versatile and adaptable. So now let's see in this example. So first of all, we are going to create the basic example for the generic functions. Okay. So now let's create a generic functions that can work with different types. So just going for here and create here is a simple in this function. Okay, so now just type the function, and here and create the function name is a identity. Okay, so identity is identity, and create this sign on the symbol inside and define for this t. And also we have create is a value, so value called t. And I'll create this one and again define this t, and also create in this curly brackets. Okay, so in this internet simply use for the return it's a value. Okay, so here is properly generate for the generic functions. So now just to type it out, output function is console.log, and in this insert we define for the identity. So identity, and now there is a three distinctive values. So just in type for you can see here the message called hello TypeScript. Okay, so is done is properly used for hello TypeScript. And next line here I create the another output function, and just type for is a console.log method, and in this inside I'm again define for the identity and declare here it's a number. Okay, and now set for the number is a 42. Okay, so you can see here, in this simple example, defined for here, the first one, the generic function is the identity that takes a parameter of type of t, and the return values of the same type, and the t syntax is specific that the identity is a generic functions, and when this call the function, specify the type you want to use, and this allow the identity to work with both the string and the numbers. Okay, so first one the string and second here the numbers. And now here the properly create the generic function, and now just I am save and let me run this code now. So I just open for here the new sorry, it's not now. So first of all here, I'm just open for the new terminal. So you can see here, first of all tag is a TSC is a TypeScript, and then defined for the file name is a hello world dot ps. Now press enter, and here it's open for the another new command name is a node, then again tag is a hello world. Okay. So hello world.js and press for the enter. As you can see here, is a properly see the output for a hello TypeScript is a string type, and secondly print for the 42 is a number type. Okay. So here is a completely defined for is a generic functions. Okay. So now just time remove this one. And next topic here I'm explain for here is a generic classes. Okay. And here I'm explore for how to create a generic class that can handle its different data types. Okay. So now let's try. So first of all, I am here is a create a simple class. The class name used for here is a box, and then type for it's the t, the type of t. And now in this inference type, the private type is a contents. So the contents and private tone, and then type is for t. So next step here, I'm just define a declare is a constructor, and in this inside declare for the simple d value. So value for the t. And again use the square bracket. So in this inside I'm type for the this function dot and type for its contents, and is equal to create for in this value. Okay. So here is almost is defined the generic classes. And next step for I'm create for is again, and then type for is a get contents. So just I'm type for is a get, and again just type for is a contents, and then empty parenthesis and create this clone and the type of t. And now this infinite type for the return statement used for this dot in this contents. Okay, is almost is done. This function is created completely. And now page for here is a construct. Okay, and just on type for first time tag is a string box. Okay, and is equal to create for here is a new, then declare in this box. The box is a first express the string type output. So now okay, so here type is a string, and type the message for string is a TypeScript. It's properly used for is a TypeScript. And next step when again create is a construct, and type for here is a number box. Okay, so box is equal to create for here is a new box, and now create for is a number type data is print, the value is print here, and now I'm set for inserted number is 20. Okay, so here is a completely create a constructor in the string type and the number type. And now I'll just type for here the output function is a console.log method. Sorry, and type was properly the log. And in this insert first I'm declare is a string box. Then I'm type for here is a get content and in this method. And also here I'm again use for this output function is a console dot type is log, and this inside I'm type for here is a number box dot use and inserted for is a get contents this method. Okay, so you can see here is it properly create in this code, and just okay. So here I'm first of all create it's a Generic class name is a box that can store a value of any type. And this class has a content. So in this content is property and a method used for here in this get method to return the stored value. Okay. So by using here, the generic can create here is a simple in this box an instance that store either a string or a number. And demonstrating the is a versatility of the generic. So now it's completely create the generic classes. Okay. So now just I'm properly saved in all code and just let me run this code. So just I'm going for here and insert it for again this format. So first I'm type the txt, then type for you can see here is a hello. The type for is a hello world dot ts. Okay, and it's open for is a second command line, and now I'm type for here is a note, then again type for hello world dot js JavaScript file, insert it and press for the enter. So you can see here the properly print for the string type is a JavaScript, and the number type value here is a 200. Okay, so you can see here the proper understanding in this tutorial topic. So that's it, and properly I'm overview for the generic in TypeScript. Generic are a powerful feature that allow you to write the flexible, reusable, and the type safe code. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today I'm exploring for one of the most powerful feature in TypeScript like the here is the decorators. So decorators are a special kind of declaration that can be attached to classes, method and the properties or parameter to modify their behavior. Okay. So first of all, here I'm explaining for the decorators in the TypeScript. So first of all, the decorators in TypeScript are a way to add the metadata or alter the behavior of your classes and their members. And they are often used in the frameworks like Angular, but you can create your own decorators as well. Okay, so now let's see the basic example. So here, first of all, I'm create the class decorator. Okay, the class decorator is a function that takes a constructor and returns a new constructor. It can be used to modify or enhance the class. So now let's see and now create a simple decorator to add a time stamp when a class is here is an instantialized. So now just let's create. So first of all here and create is a simple this function. And the function name is type for here the time stamp. So time, then type for is a stam is a stamped, and in this increment create here is a constructor. So timestamp, and then you see tor is a constructor, and this increment create defined for this simple function. Okay, and now just create this curly brackets. So in the things that I'm type for, is a type is a console. So the output function is a console dot the log method, and in this incident defined for the first of all create this parenthesis. And create your it's a class. So perfectly use the class and then dollar symbol. With the dollar symbol and create this curly brackets. And in this instance, I'm defined for the constructor dot use into the name field. And also type is the created cat and create a clone and again uses for this dollar sign and create this a new is a date. Okay. And I'm create for here this parenthesis and also here I'm type it's a to local here is a string. So locally string type is a 2 date for is a locally it's not, so this one then this string, and use for here is empty now. Okay, and also going for here the next line of code. And first of all here in this outside, in this function outside, I am override for is a timestamp. So you can see first of all I'm used for this @ and this timestamp. And now create for here is another class name is a just a user and the spell brackets. So first of all we have defined as a constructor, and in the same time I'm typing the public method name is a name. The name is a string type, and again use the spell brackets. And now outside I am here is like calling for in this construct. Then simply define for the user and create for here is a new user. The new user name is A. So I'm inserted for the new user name for Alice and it's complete. Okay. And now I am just remove this one. So you can see here the perfectly created, and in this example I'm properly used for in this the timestamp decorator is applied to the user class. And when the user class is instant and the decorator logs the class name and the current timestamp to the function. Okay. So here I completely create my code, and first of all I select all and save this code. So now just to open for here is a new terminal. So first one here is insert the command. So type for the TLC, then the file name is a hello world. Okay, so hello world.ps and press for enter. So it's a wait here, and you can see here the tag stamp here is not installed here. Okay, so I'm just basically create for in this example. So now just next time again I'll just apply. Here is a node, then use for the hello world.js and press for enter. So you can see here the create for the class user created at here in the state. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding in this output. Okay, so here is a completely create in this example. And next step we are create for the another example. Just define here and now create here is another important feature is a this property decorator. Okay, so these are used to modify or extend the behavior of class properties. So now let's see. So you can see first of all I'm create here is a function. Okay, so first time type the function name is a read only. Okay, so type is a read only, and this inside I'm defined for a set target, and create this clone and type for here is a n. And now create here is a property key. So property, so pro PERTY, and type it's a property key. And the property key name is a string. And also create this curly brackets. So in this insert and type define for is the object dot is also here I'm type for the define this sorry is not now. So I'm simply type, so you can see dot is a define this property. And in this insert first I'm declare the target, and second I'm declare for here is the property key. And now I'm create for here in this curly brackets. So just type for you can see here the right above in this it is a false. Okay, so here is a completely almost create. And I'll just go in the next step and create here the simple class. So here I'll first of all type the class name is a person. So type is a person and then create this curly brackets. So now I'll override for it's a read only. Okay, and now just type for here is a birth date. So BIRTH, and in this date, the birth date is a string type. Okay, and just go in the next step, and here I'm defining the constructor, and first I'm declare it's a BIR is just with the property BIRTH is a birth date. It's a string type. And next is this curly brackets. So here I'm type for you can see this method that is defined for your birth date and is equal to again inserted for in this simple this birth date. Okay, and now in this outside I create for here the simple in this constant Then type for is a person and is equal to creature is a new person. And that person, the birth date and use for here is a 1990. Then first month and the first date. Okay. And now just go in the next step and here I'm defined for the person dot is define the birth date and is equal to create for again is a 2000, then first date and also here the first month. Okay, so you can see here the properly generate for this one, and you can see here I'm just fetch for the simple error and the move for the another file. So move to file just in previous. So now just not try to here. So you can see here the properly create for this one. So I'm just here and now it's imported for this one. So you can see here the create for the simple imported for this file. So just I'm going for and open for in this TS. Okay. So either create for the simple use for the birth property and this one. So just I am okay. So here's not to back this one. I'm just create for simply. So don't save this one. So you can see here I'm simply create for is a property this decorator, and you can see here we create the new file. So now this I'm not here. You can see here I'm just done here. So okay. So in this tutorials I am create for is simply for just and click on again and okay. So is a new file. So is a perfectly is a done. So you can see here the perfectly solved for in this arrow, and now just waiting for in this one. So I hope you proper understanding it's a property decorator. So that's it for the today's tutorial topic, and here I'm properly explain for English. Okay. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hi everyone and welcome back to our today's another tutorial topic. So today we explore for how we use the TypeScript with the popular front-end frameworks like the React and the Angular. So the TypeScript is as a powerful static typing to the JavaScript and making your code more robust and easier to maintain. So now let's explain for in this topic. So first of all, the TypeScript is widely adopted in the React and Angular ecosystem, and its help catch error early and provides for better code completion and improve overall code quality. So now let's start with the React and then the move on the Angular. So first of all, here I'm create the React TypeScript with React functional components. And here I'm simply create example for React functional component using the TypeScript. So now let's see and define the props and use the within the component. Okay. So first of all, I'm just going for here and import is type is an import and import is a React. Okay. So is the type for only the React? First time type for is a import, and then type is a React, and then type is a from, and then single quotations instead of type for it's a React. Okay, and now I'm defined for here is a interface. So you can see I'm type interface name is a greeting props. Okay, so is a greeting in these props. So PROPS in this props and create this curly brackets. So first of all, I'm defining for here the name property name is a string type, and second one type is a age for is optional, and spread is clone is a number type. Okay, and now in this outside I'm defined for is a font stacked. Then type for is a rating. Okay, and for the square brackets. So in this instead of type for is a React dot type for here is a FC and create this less than, and then define for here is a greeting props and is equal to create for the parentheses instead of declare first is declare is the name property First time type is the name property and second name defined for in this age properties. And is equal to create for the Arab symbol and then create in this curly brackets. So this one here is a return statement and also create in this parenthesis. Okay, so this type I'm create for here the simple the div element. So you can say type the div and the string for here. And now I'm type for you can see for the h1 heading. Okay, so type for you can see here the h1 and then closing for this h1. Okay, so in the same set I'll type for the message just like for you can see here the hello and just insert it for here is the name properties. Okay, so is it almost done for my code? So it's done, it's completely defined. Okay, so now I'll create for here another use this curly brackets and then define the age and use the and operator and type for is a paragraph tag starting and closing this paragraph. And in the same set I'm type for so you are and create this curly brackets instead I'm defined for is the age property and type for you can see here the years old. Okay, so here is almost complete for my code and now I'm closing for in this div element. Okay, so you can see here is almost is completely create in this code and now I'm type for here is a export for is a default. So you can see the default is rating. Okay, so you can see here is a done for in this here and create for the simple is a React code. So now in this React I properly set for here I'm simply use for the basic example. Okay, so in this here is create for is a simple just going for it. And you can see here is asynchronous statement. So just going for again here and then click this one and create the convert the name function. Okay, so it's not now used. Syntax is simply empty here. Okay, so I hope you properly understanding in the basic and simple code. Okay, so next time explain for here it's another topic just TypeScript with Angular JS. You can hear the properly set up for your computer with a React and then properly working for in this example. Okay, so now just going for the second step. So next topic I have created the TypeScript with the Angular for the service. And here the TypeScript enhance the service is an Angular action. So now just I'm removing this all code. Okay. So first of all here I'm import for the Angular. So just I'm type for you can see the import and type for is a curly brackets. So in this insert I'm type for is a injectable. So is a type for in CTLE is injectable and now I'll type for it's a from then used for the single quotation instead I'm type for that at the rate it's a angular. Okay, so angular's forward slash is a 4. Okay, and that's when the next line and here I'm just override for is a injectable and create this parentheses and in this enter and create the simple curly brackets. So first of all here I'm type it's a provide date is a in and create this clone and here I'm used for is the root this method. Okay, is it create completely and now just going to the next line of code and now I'm create for here is the export classes. Okay, so first of all here I'm type you can see the export. It's a class name for the data service. So data service enter this in brackets. So in this insert I'm type for is a private data and the private data is a string type. Okay, and is equal to create for this again and also create this semicolon. And now I'll type for the method for add data, and in this inside I'm declare it's the item. Okay, so item is also for the string type, and also create is a void type method. Okay, sorry, it is a void, and create this another curly brackets. So in this inside I'm type for the this dot data, and also then type inside it here is a push method, the push method, and just push the item. And the next step can create for the another, and type where you can see here is a get in this data. And create the single parenthesis and use this curly bracket and type the string type, and use is use the empty square bracket. Now you can create this curly bracket. So here I'm used for is a return statement for this dot data. Okay, so you can see here it is simply creating this code now. So in this code I'm create for here is a data service that manages a simple list of string. This service has two modules. For first one the add data, and second the get data. And the add data method accepts a string and add to the list, and while here is a get data returns the list of a string. And in this type, this will just ensure that the method receives the correct type of data and return the expected types. Okay. So you can see error because here I prepare here is not stated for the Angular package is installed here on my computer, and you will properly install for this Angular library package and then usable for in this example. Okay, so here is a completely done for in this topic. So here I'm properly defined for explain for the code is a step by step for is a React and the Angular using the TypeScript code. Okay, so now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone, and welcome back to our today's another and important tutorials topic. So today I'm create for here is a simple project using for the TypeScript code. And here I create a simple calculator project that can perform the basic arithmetic operations like the addition, subtractions, multiplication, and the division. And import for this in a straightforward manner using the TypeScript. Okay. So now let's start it. So here I'm explain first of all the basic arithmetic operations. And it's a create a function for the arithmetic operations and then integrate them into a simple calculator class. Okay. So now let's try. So first of all here I'm create the class name. So we will create the class name is a calculator. Okay. So calculator, and then create this curly brackets. So in this inside, first of all type is the add method. So this inside I'm defined for a, and then clone a is a number type. And second I'm defined for the b is clone, and here I'm type b for is again the number type. And again create this and define properly is a simple this number. And now in this inside I'm used for here is a return statement for a and additional operator for b. Okay, so in this step I am used for the same code. So now just I am copy for in this code. Okay, so first of all I'm copying this code and use for the next 3 line. So is 10. So now change for is the add. So now I'm used for here is a subtract. So first of all we properly type is a sub here is the subtract, and change for the sign, so use for the subtraction symbol. And next one here I'm used for is another is a multiplication, so I'm type for is a multiply, so multiply is a multiply, and use for here is a multiplication sign. Okay, so you can see here the properly create, and now I'm just going for the next line of code, and here I'm defined is a divide method. So the divide in this method inside for a is a number type, and b is also for here is a number type. And create this clone and define for it is simple in this number. And now in this if I'm use for the if statement, and create this parenthesis, and also that the b is equal to 0. and create this curly brackets. So now I'm used for here is a throw this method. So first of all, here I'm type it's a throw, and then type for it's a new error. Okay, so you can see here I'm type with a new error. Sorry, is a properly type with a new error. And in this inside, I'm just type for the double quotation inside and we cannot divide by 0. See? So it cannot divide by 0. Okay. You can see here the purple inserted this one. And in this outside and create for here is a return statement for A and divide for B. Okay, so here is a completely create for the class information, and here I'm type for is a for method. The first one here I'm create the addition, second the subtraction, third the multiply, and the fourth here is the divide method. Okay, so now just here in this function outside I'm create here is a constructor. So first time type is a constant, and then create the class name is a calculator, and properly create here is a new calculator. So it's done, and then going the next step, and here first of all I'm just create output function is a console dot the log method, and in this insert first of all I'm type is a addition. Okay, so addition result, and use the calculator. So you can see here I'm type is a calculator. Sorry, it's not now, it's properly correct. So use for here is a small letter. Okay, so this one is the correct. And here I'm type it's a properly defined is a calculator. Dot apply for here the add method, and add for the value is a 10 and 5. And next one here I'm used for again in this console dot the log method. So now I'm print for here the subtraction value. So sub here is the subtraction, and now I am first is called the calculator dot is apply the subtract. So inside the value is 10 and 5, and again uses in this console dot the log method, and now I'm print for here is a multiplication value. So properly type is a multiplication. Okay, so multiplication, and now first we declare the calculator dot use for here is a multiply in this method, and now I'm inserted for the value is 10 and 5. And last one I'm again in use for this output function is console.log, and now I print for here is a division. So properly type is a division, and is comma, and then type for is a divide. So first of all here create is a calculator dot is type in the divide method for the inserted value is 10 and 5. Okay, so you can see here I'm properly create a simple calculator process. So you can see here first of all I'm define a calculator. In this calculator is a class with a method for is arithmetics like addition, add, subtract, multiply, and the divide. And its method tasks for the two numbers as parameter and return the result. So notice that here I'm use the TypeScript type annotation to ensure we're working with the numbers. And in the divide, this method is also include the basic error handling to prevent division by 0. Okay, so you can see here the properly create the simple project the calculator. And now just I am selecting output and just save. And open for here is a new terminal. And now is with the command. So first of all here I'm typing the TSC, then the file name is a hello world. Okay, and then type for here is a TS is a TypeScript, and next open the another command name is a node, then print for here is a hello world dot js file, and press for the enter. So you can see here the properly working the calculator. The addition result is 15, subtraction 5, multiplication 50, and the division by 2. Okay. So I hope you properly understanding in the simple calculator and in the statistical just ensure that only numbers are passed to this method, catching potential error early in the development process. Okay. So that's it for the today's tutorial, and here I'm create the simple project and build a simple calculator using the TypeScript. So I hope you proper understanding in this simple tutorial. So now just thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay.